Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case. Story 1. I had just wiped the last fingerprint from the chrome faucet. The sharp chemical scent of the cleaner hung in the air, a familiar shield against the quiet. My socks were damp from the freshly mopped floor, the cold seeping through to my soles. I took a slow breath, expecting pine and bleach, but underneath it something else had taken root sweet, like turned earth and old meat. The hum of the refrigerator clicked off, and in that new silence I knew the air in the house had changed. This is the story I tell myself, the one that makes sense. It is clean and logical, like the lines of this kitchen. It began with a sound, not a loud one, but a scrape against the back door late one evening. I was reading, the lamp casting a warm pool of light on my book. I froze, my thumb holding my place on the page. The neighborhood has its share of wildlife, raccoons mostly, bold creatures that topple garbage cans. I told myself it was just that. I waited, listening until my heartbeat settled back into its rhythm. I did not get up. I did not check. I turned the page and focused on the words, building a wall of normalcy around the moment. The next morning I found the first sign, a single long scratch on the door-S paint about waist high. It was fresh, the white wood gleaming beneath the dark green finish. It could have been from a branch whipped by the wind. It could have been from a bike locked to the fence out back, handled carelessly by a child. I sanded it smooth and touched up the paint. The smell of it, sharp and new, was a comfort, a problem identified and solved. That is the logical sequence, a noise, then a mark, cause and effect. But sometimes in the space between waking and sleep, another order asserts itself. A flash of memory, not of hearing the scrape, but of seeing the scratch first in the hard light of afternoon. A memory of running my finger over its rough groove before the sun had even set, a detail that does not fit the timeline I have so carefully constructed. The days continued. I became more attentive. I noticed a gate left slightly ajar when I was certain I had closed it. I found a single muddy footprint on the porch, too large to be my own, but it rained that night. It could have been from a delivery person, their timing just off from when I usually check for packages. I wiped it away. Each incident alone was nothing. Together they formed a pattern that my mind, the rational part of it, refused to acknowledge. I began a new ritual of checking locks each night, a second and then a third round before bed. The cold brass of the deadbolt under my fingers was a tangible fact, a thing I could trust. I started to see a car, an ordinary sedan, a color like dull sand. I saw it at the end of the street once, then again parked near the small grocery store. A coincidence. This is a small community. People have routines. But a sensation would crawl up my spine, a coldness that had nothing to do with the weather. A feeling of being watched that was so intense I would spin around, my heart hammering, only to find the street empty, the curtains of the house across the way still drawn. It was just intuition, I told myself, nerves, an overactive imagination fed by too many quiet hours alone. Then the offerings began, a perfect smooth stone placed on the top step, a sprig of pine needles tucked into the screen door-S mesh, small natural things that could be explained away. The wind, an animal, a child playing a game. I disposed of them quietly, my hands trembling only slightly. This was the logical response. Do not engage, do not give significance to meaningless acts. But my body began keeping a different record. I would wake with a start, my skin prickling as if a breeze had just moved through a sealed room. The faint, sweet odor would sometimes find me in the hallway, a scent I associated with decay, with something left too long in the sun. I would scrub the floors, wipe down the walls, but the smell was not on the surfaces. It was in the air itself, a memory of a smell. The breaking point was the photograph. It was an old one of me, sitting on a bench in the backyard, laughing. It belonged in an album tucked away in a closet. I found it on the kitchen table, placed square in the center as if for display. The rational mind offered a dozen explanations. I had taken it out to reminisce and forgot. It had fallen from somewhere, but the table had been bare when I made my coffee. I was sure of it. The air grew thick and heavy. In that moment, the two stories I held separate collided. The logical narrative of coincidences and my own forgetfulness shattered against the visceral, terrifying one of silent intrusion and unspoken intent. The house was no longer a sanctuary. It was a stage, and I was not alone in it. The knowledge was not a thought, but a physical weight in my chest. I did not call anyone. What would I say? That I found a stone on my step, a picture on my table. They would see a lonely person conjuring phantoms. So I clean, I wipe, and I mop, and I polish. I create a shield of order and light against the creeping unease. Now I stand in the silent kitchen, the dampness from my socks a cold anchor. The sweet, rotten smell is gone again, banished by chemical pine, but the knowing remains. The story I believe and the truth I feel are no longer two paths. They are a maze, and I am trapped within its walls. I can choose to believe the simple, rational version, the one that lets me sleep at night. Or I can heed the cold dread in my veins, the silent testimony of a misplaced object and a forgotten scent. But choice is a luxury I am not sure I still have. The only thing I know for certain is that the air has changed, and that something is waiting for me to decide which story is true. The hum of the refrigerator started again, a sound I had heard 1,000 times, but now it felt like a lie. It was the sound of a normal house, a safe house, and mine was neither. I forced my feet to move, carrying me out of the kitchen and into the living room. My damp socks left faint, ghostly prints on the hardwood that faded almost instantly. I should sit down, I should read my book, I should do anything that proves I am still the master of this domain, but my body would not obey. It was tuned to a different frequency, a silent alarm that vibrated in my teeth. I found myself at the front window, parting the blinds with 2 fingers just enough to see the street. Empty, quiet, the same view I had looked at for years. The Anderson S. porch light was on. The willow tree at the corner swayed in a breeze I could not feel. Everything was in its place. Everything except the car. It was there again, the dull sand-colored sedan, parked 2 houses down under the deep shadow of an oak tree. It hadn't been there when I demopped the floor. I was certain of it. My breath caught, a small, sharp knot in my throat. This was no coincidence. This was a fact that could not be sanded away or painted over. A figure was inside, the silhouette of a head and shoulders, motionless behind the windshield, watching. The word exploded in my mind, finally given form. They weren't even hiding anymore. The audacity of it, the sheer quiet confidence, was more terrifying than any noise in the night. This was a statement. I see you. I am here. My hand dropped from the blinds as if the slats were red hot. I backed away from the window, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. What did they want? The question was a scream inside my head. The stones, the pine, the photograph, they were a language I didn't understand. A conversation I was having without my consent. The rational part of me, the part that was shrinking by the second, whispered that I should call the police, but the fear was louder. If I called, what would happen? They would come, they would knock on the window of that car, and the person would drive away. And then they would come to my door. They would ask me questions with polite, skeptical faces. They would see a single, nervous woman in an impeccably clean house, and they would leave. And after they left, the car would return, or something worse. The offering had been accepted. My cleaning, my order, my logic, it was my side of the dialogue. and by finding the car, I had finally responded. The game was acknowledged. A cold resolve settled over me, hardening in my veins. I would not call. I would not give them the satisfaction of bringing in an audience. This was between us. I walked to the hall closet, my steps deliberate and quiet. I reached up to the high shelf, my fingers brushing past linens and board games until they closed around cold, heavy metal. My grandfather's old tire thumper, a solid length of hickory with a weighted end. It felt real in my hand, a truth I could hold. I carried it with me to the kitchen and placed it on the counter next to the sink. Then I turned off the light and stood in the darkness, waiting. I would not wait for them to decide what happened next. I would wait for the sun, and when it rose, I would have my own story ready. The darkness was a substance, thick and patient. I didn't move. I listened to the house settle, to the faint tick of the cooling refrigerator, to the distant rush of a car on a road too far away to matter. Minutes bled into an hour. My legs began to ache from standing so still, but the discomfort was an anchor, a reminder that I was still here, in my body, in this room. Then a new sound, not from the front, but from the back. A soft, deliberate crunch in the gravel of the side yard. My hand found the cool wood of the thumper on the counter. My fingers tightened around it. This was it. The waiting was over. The story was writing itself now, and I was no longer just a character in it. I was the author. I moved through the blackness of the house, a familiar path I could have walked blindfolded. Each step was silent in my damp socks. I didn't turn on a light. I didn't need to. I stopped at the back door, my free hand resting on the cold brass of the deadbolt I had turned and checked and turned again just an hour before. It was still locked. Through the small window in the door, I could see the outline of the backyard, the deeper black of the oak tree against the slightly less black sky. Nothing moved. The crunch came again, closer now, just on the other side of the door. A shape shifted in the gloom, a coalescence of shadow that separated itself from the rest of the night. It was tall. It stood perfectly still, facing the door, facing me. My breath stopped in my lungs. Every nerve in my body was a live wire. This was not a raccoon. This was not a child. This was the source of the smell, the scratch, the photograph. This was the man from the car. We stood like that, separated by a quarter-inch of glass and wood, two silent figures in a tableau of mutual recognition. He knew I was here. I knew he was there. The pretense was gone. I expected fear to paralyze me. Instead, a strange, icy clarity washed through me. I slowly raised the tire thumper, holding it ready at my side. It was not a weapon of attack, but of defense, a tool for a problem, my problem. The figure outside moved, an arm rose. For a heart-stopping second, I thought he was going to try the handle to break the glass, but his hand simply pressed against the door, flat against the window pane, a slow, deliberate gesture. Then, just as slowly, the arm dropped back to his side. He turned. I watched his form retreat, his footsteps silent now on the grass, merging back into the shadows until there was nothing but the night again. He wasn't breaking in, he was just letting me know. I see you, I am here, and I can be this close. I unlocked the deadbolt. The click was deafening. I opened the door, the cool night air washing over me, carrying no scent of decay, just the clean smell of damp earth and night. I stepped onto the porch, the thumper held tight in my hand. The yard was empty. The street was silent. The sand-colored car was gone. He had given me his message, and I had given him mine. I was not hiding. I was waiting. I left the back door open behind me and walked back into the house. I did not relock it. The rules had changed. The maze had a center now, and I was standing in it. The sun would be up soon, and I would be ready for whatever story came next. The first thing I did was make coffee. The ritual of it, the measured scoop of grounds, the gurgle of the machine, was an anchor in the new, terrifying normal. The open back door let in the chill of the morning, and I did not close it. The tire thumper rested on the counter next to the sugar bowl. As the coffee brewed, its rich aroma slowly overpowering the last traces of chemical pine, I went to the hallway closet. I pushed aside winter coats and reached for the box on the floor, the one I hadn't opened since I moved in. Inside, beneath a stack of old letters, was the reason I had my grandfather Thumper in the first place. A heavy flashlight, the metal kind that feels like a club. I hefted it in my hand. It was better. It was light. Coffee in one hand, flashlight in the other, I walked to the open door and looked out at the dawn. The world was washed in pale gray and soft gold. A bird sang from the oak tree. It was all so peaceful, so ordinary. It felt like a mockery. My eyes scanned the yard, looking for any new sign, any confirmation of the night's encounter. The grass was dewy, unmarked. The gate was closed, and then I saw it. On the top step of the porch, where the perfect stone had once been, lay a new offering. It was a small wooden bird carved by hand, a sparrow, its wings folded tight against its body. The work was crude but careful. I knelt down, not touching it. This was different from the stones and the pine. This was made. It required time and intention. I left it there. I sipped my coffee and watched the sun climb higher, its light finally reaching the porch step and setting the little wooden bird aglow. The air moving through the open door was cold on my skin, but I welcomed it. It was real. The fear was still there, a cold stone in my gut, but it had been joined by something else, something sharper and more focused. A dreadful curiosity. He was not a phantom. He was a man, and he was trying to tell me something. I knew then that I would not wait for the police. I would not wait for the next sound in the night. The story was mine to continue. I would find out who he was. I would learn the language of his strange, quiet gifts. I finished my coffee and went back inside. I placed the heavy flashlight on the kitchen table. Then I picked up my phone. I didn't dial 911. I opened a browser and typed in the name of the only person I could think of who might understand a language of stones and carvings and long, silent watches in the night. My brother, who had always believed in things that were not logical. Who had tried to tell me years ago that not everything has an explanation you can sand down and paint over. It was time to listen. The phone rang once, twice, and then his voice, sleep-roughened and familiar, filled my ear. Lena, everything okay? The simple question was a chasm. How could I possibly explain? I opened my mouth to say no, nothing is okay, but what came out was a different truth. I need your help. A pause. I could hear him shifting, the rustle of sheets. What kind of help? It's about the house. I looked at the open back door, at the morning light spilling onto the floor. There's someone. He leaves things, stones, a carved bird. I expected his skepticism, his practical advice to call the police. Instead, his silence was heavy, thoughtful. What kind of bird? He finally asked. A sparrow, I said, my voice barely a whisper. Another long pause, and the smell. Is there a smell? A cold wave washed over me. He knew without me saying a word. Yes, I breathed, sweet, like old meat and earth. I'm on my way, he said, and the line went dead. He didn't ask for an address. He already knew where I lived. I stood there, the phone still pressed to my ear, the dial tone humming. My logical mind was scrambling, trying to fit this new piece into the puzzle. How could he know about the smell? The question should have been a comfort, a sign that I wasn't crazy, that there was an explanation he possessed, but it wasn't. It was the most terrifying thing that had happened yet. My brother, who I hadn't spoken to in over a year, knew about the secret weather of my house. I walked to the back door and looked out at the wooden bird. It seemed to watch me back. This wasn't a random intrusion. It was a message, and it was meant for me, but it was also somehow about my brother. The maze I thought I was trapped in had just grown much larger, and the walls were made of my own family's history. I closed the door but did not lock it. The waiting was different now. I wasn't waiting for the man in the sand-colored car. I was waiting for my brother to arrive and tell me the story I had clearly forgotten, the one that began long before the first scrape on the door. The next hour passed in a strange, suspended silence. I didn't eat clean. I didn't move from the kitchen chair, my hands wrapped around a fresh mug of coffee I didn't drink. The flashlight lay on the table like a promise. Or a threat. I heard his truck before I saw it, the low grumble of the engine familiar from a lifetime ago. It pulled into the driveway and stopped. The door slammed shut. Footsteps, heavy and sure, came up the walk. They didn't pause at the front door. They continued around the side of the house toward the back. I stood up, my body moving on its own accord, and met him at the open door. My brother David looked older. His hair was shorter, his face more lined, but his eyes were the same. They didn't look at me first. They scanned the yard, the trees, the fence line, taking in every detail with a practiced, weary efficiency. Then they dropped to the porch step, to the small wooden bird. His shoulders slumped almost imperceptibly. A sigh escaped him, not of fear, but of resignation. Finally he looked at me. "You didn't touch it," he said. "It wasn't a question." I shook my head. "You want to tell me what's going on? How you knew?" He stepped past me into the kitchen, his presence immediately making the room feel smaller. He ignored the coffee, his gaze falling on the heavy flashlight on the table. A faint, grim smile touched his lips. Granddad-esque. "It seemed appropriate." He nodded, then his eyes lifted to mine, and the smile vanished. "It's Dad, Lena." The words made no sense. They were two simple words that shattered every assumption I had built my life upon. "Dad's been dead for 15 years, I said, the sentence a rote fact, a cornerstone of my reality. "That's what we were supposed to believe," David said, his voice low and steady. "It's what he wanted everyone to believe, especially you." The floor felt unsteady beneath my feet. I gripped the back of the chair. Why? Because he got in too deep, his studies, his beliefs. He attracted the wrong kind of attention from people and from other things. Faking his death was the only way to protect us, to protect you. David's eyes flickered toward the open door again. He promised he'd stay away, for good. The sweet, rotten smell seemed to ghost through the room again, a memory triggered by his words. The offerings, I whispered, the stones, the pine. Atonement, David said, asking for entry, the old way, the bird. He ran a hand over his face. The sparrow was his sign for you when you were little. He called you his little sparrow. A fractured memory surfaced, sharp and painful. My father's hands, whittling a piece of wood on the back porch, me watching, my chin on my knees, the smell of pine sap. He'd given me a tiny bird. I'd lost it years ago. "He's been here," I said, the truth settling into my bones, cold and absolute. "In my house." David's expression was grim. "I think he's been watching over you for a long time, but something has changed. He's getting bolder, reaching out. The photo on the table, that's a breach, a big one. He's not just asking for entry anymore. He's showing you he's already inside." The man in the sand-colored car wasn't a stranger. He was a ghost, my ghost. The fear twisted, morphing into a grief so vast and confused I couldn't breathe. "What does he want?" My voice was a thin thread. David finally walked to the counter and poured himself a cup of coffee, his movements slow, buying time. I don't know, he admitted. Maybe he is lonely, maybe he is in trouble, or maybe whatever he was hiding from has finally found him. He turned to look at me, his eyes dark with a worry I now understood was decades old. But he has broken the rules, and that means we can pretend anymore. He has brought his world back to our doorstep, Lena, and it is a world that doesn't forgive. The silence in the kitchen was a physical thing, heavy with the weight of my brother's words, my father, alive. The world tilted on its axis, and all the clean, straight lines of my life warped and blurred. I looked at my hands, at the familiar pattern of the linoleum floor, searching for something real to hold onto. David was watching me, his coffee untouched. Say something, Lena. The smell, I managed to say. It is him. He nodded slowly. It is part of it, a side effect. The things he got involved with, they leave a mark, a residue, it clings. A hysterical thought bubbled up in my throat, all my scrubbing, my bleaching, my fight against that sweet rot. I wasn't cleaning my house. I was trying to erase my father. I walked to the open door and looked at the little wooden bird on the step. My sparrow, a sign of love from a ghost, a plea from a dead man. He left a photograph, I said, my back to David, on the coffee table, of me, on my first day of school. I heard him set his mug down hard on the counter. That is not just a message, that is a provocation. He is not just telling you he is here, he is telling you he has always been here, watching. The chill from the open doorway was no longer just air, it was the breath of the past, cold and long held. I finally turned to face my brother. All this time you knew, and you never told me. His face was a mask of guilt and defiance. I was a kid too, Lena. I was 16. He made me promise. He said it was the only way to keep you safe, to let you have a normal life, and for years it worked. I got a postcard once a year from somewhere different, no return address, just a single word, safe. Then they stopped coming 5 years ago. I thought he was really gone. Until when my voice was flat. Until you bought this house. He loved this place. It belonged to his uncle. I think it was a home base for him, a safe house he thought no one would ever connect to him. When you moved in, I got a feeling, a bad one. I should have said something then. The pieces were falling into a picture I didn't want to see. The scratches wherein attempts to get in. They were a pattern, a ward, the stones and the pine wherein threats. They were protections or apologies. My father, a man I had mourned and filed away, was a living, breathing secret living in the shadows of my life. What do we do? I asked. The question wasn't for me anymore. It was for us, the family he had left behind. David picked up the heavy flashlight from the table, testing its weight. We wait. He has broken his own rules. He has made contact. He'll do it again. He has to now. He looked at me, his eyes serious. But we do it together. No more secrets. He walked over and for the first time closed the back door. The click of the latch was final. The open invitation was rescinded. We were no longer waiting for a message. We were waiting for the man. The sun was fully up now, casting a bright, cheerful light that felt completely alien. The world outside was continuing its ordinary day, completely unaware that in this kitchen, the past had just cracked open and walked in. I looked at my brother, this stranger who shared my blood and my history, and I knew my life was irrevocably changed. The maze had a center, and it wasn't my house. It was my father, and we were finally going in after him. The silence in the kitchen stretched, thick with everything we hadn't said. David finally moved, setting the flashlight down with a soft thud. We need to be smart about this, he said, his voice low. If he's been living in the walls, he knows this house better than we do. He walked to the window over the sink and peered out, his eyes scanning the tree line. The car you saw, sand-colored, that's new. He never had a car. A fresh chill, colder than the morning air, went through me. So someone else is involved. Or he's not working alone anymore. David turned from the window, his face grim. We need to look properly, not just the house, the property, the old shed, everywhere. The thought of searching for my father, of possibly finding him, made my stomach clench. What if he doesn't want to be found? Then he shouldn't have left you a calling card, David said, a hard edge in his voice I'd never heard before. He was no longer the weary older brother. He was a man who had carried a secret for too long. He started this. We're going to finish it. He went out to his truck and came back with a large, worn duffel bag. He unzipped it on the kitchen table, revealing things that were utterly foreign in my tidy home. A high-powered flashlight, a set of lock picks, a heavy-duty knife in a sheath, and a roll of black electrical tape. "You came prepared," I said, my voice faint. "I've been prepared for 15 years, Lena. I just hoped I'd never have to use any of it." He picked up the knife and handed it to me. "Do you know how to use this?" I stared at the cold, hard plastic of the handle. No. He took it back, his expression unreadable. "Then stick with the flashlight, it's simpler." He taped the smaller flashlight to the side of the heavy one, creating a makeshift lantern club. "Light is a weapon too, don't forget that." He moved through the house then, not as a guest, but as a soldier securing a perimeter. He checked every window latch, every door frame, his fingers probing for weaknesses I never knew existed. He paused at the basement door, his hand on the knob. "Is it always locked?" I nodded. "I never go down there, it's just old junk." "Junk can hide a lot of things," he said quietly, and turned the key that had been left in the lock all these years. The door creaked open, revealing a yawning darkness that smelled of damp concrete and something else, something older. The sweet, rotten smell was stronger here, a faint breath from the abyss. David shone his light down the steep wooden steps. "Stay here," he said. "If I call, you run, don't come down, you understand." I understood. The maze was no longer a metaphor. It was the dark, cramped space beneath my feet, and my brother was walking into it first. I stood at the top of the stairs, the reinforced flashlight heavy in my hand, and listened to his footsteps descend into the dark, each one an echo of a story I was only just beginning to read. I counted his steps, each one a hollow thud on the old wood. 12, then silence. The beam of his light swept back and forth, casting long, distorted shadows on the concrete wall at the bottom. "David," my voice was too loud in the quiet house. Just a second, his reply was muffled, thoughtful. I heard the scrape of something heavy being moved, then a low, sharp curse. "What is it?" I called down, my grip tightening on the flashlight. "Lena," his voice had changed. It was flat, stripped of all its earlier certainty. "You need to come down here." Everything in me screamed to run, to obey his first command. But the new thing inside me, the dreadful curiosity, was stronger. I took a deep breath and started down the stairs, each step groaning in protest. The basement was exactly as I remembered it from my single, cursory look when I bought the house. A forgotten landscape of draped furniture and stacked boxes, but David's light wasn't on any of that. It was fixed on the far wall, the one that backed into the hill the house was built against. A section of the old stone foundation had been carefully dismantled and then reassembled, the work so precise I never would have noticed it on my own, but it was obvious now. The stones were a slightly different color, cleaner, without the patina of a century of damp, and in front of this false wall, a heavy wooden cabinet had been dragged aside, revealing the hidden space behind it. David's light illuminated the small, secret room. It was no bigger than a closet. A narrow cot with a thin gray blanket was pushed against one wall. A single shelf held a few canned goods, a bottle of water, and a small, battery-powered camp light. But it was the other wall that made the air leave my lungs. It was covered in photographs, dozens of them pinned to the stone, pictures of me leaving work, my face tired, me carrying groceries from the car, me gardening in the backyard, squinting in the sun. They were taken from a distance through windows from the tree line, a chronicle of my life watched over by a ghost. And in the center of it all, like a shrine, was a single framed photograph. Our family, Mom, Dad, David, and me, all of us smiling on a beach I barely remembered. We looked happy. We looked whole. David was just staring at it, his face pale in the beam of his flashlight. "He's been living here," he whispered, the words filled with a horrified awe, "right under your feet." The sweet, earthy smell was strongest here. It wasn't a memory. It was the scent of his presence, the evidence of a life lived in the cracks of my own. I took a step closer, my eyes tracing the edges of the tiny room. Tucked beside the cot was a small wooden box. Without thinking, I knelt and lifted the lid. Inside, nestled on a bed of faded velvet, were more carvings, not just birds, a dog that looked like our childhood pet, a miniature of this very house, a perfect tiny apple, and at the very bottom, a small worn photograph of me as a baby, curled in my father's arms. He was looking down at me, and his expression was one of such raw, terrible love that it felt like a physical blow. I looked up at David, my vision blurring. He never left. David didn't answer. He was no longer looking at the shrine. His head was cocked, his body tense. "Do you hear that?" I held my breath. At first there was nothing. Then a faint, rhythmic sound from somewhere above us, a soft, patient knocking. It was coming from the front door. David's hand clamped over my wrist, his grip tight. His other hand clicked off his flashlight, plunging the secret room into absolute blackness. The knocking continued, a steady, insistent tap, tap, tap on the front door. It wasn't loud or aggressive. It was polite, patient. We were frozen in the dark, the photographs of my life staring blindly at us. The air was thick with the smell of my father's hidden years. David slowly pulled me to my feet. He leaned close, his breath a warm whisper against my ear. Not a sound. He moved first, guiding me out of the small space and back into the main basement. We left the hidden room exposed, its secrets bleeding into the open. We crept up the stairs, each step an agony of creaks that sounded like gunshots in the silence. At the top, David gently pushed the basement door until it was open just a crack, enough for us to see a sliver of the front hall. The knocking had stopped. Through the narrow gap, I could see the front door. The frosted glass showed the blurred outline of a figure standing on my porch. It was tall, and it stood perfectly still. Then a voice came, soft and low, filtering through the wood. It wasn't my father's voice. It was a stranger's. "Lena, I saw your light on. I'm a neighbor. Just wanted to welcome you to the area." The lie was smooth, effortless. David's body went rigid beside me. He knew, just as I did, that no neighbor had ever come to welcome me, not in all the months I lived here. The figure waited a moment longer, then turned. I watched the shadow move away from the glass. The sound of footsteps receded down the porch steps. A car door opened, then closed with a solid, expensive thud. An engine purred to life, not the grumble of David's truck, but something quieter, smoother. It faded down the street. I let out a breath I didn't know I was holding. David didn't move. He stayed at the crack in the door, watching for a full minute after the sound of the engine had completely disappeared. "He's gone," I whispered. "For now," David said, his voice grim. He finally turned from the door, his face etched with a new kind of tension. That wasn't Dad. I know. He knew your name. David ran a hand through his hair, his eyes darting toward the basement stairs. This is worse than I thought. They're not just watching him. They're watching you now, too. The word they hung in the air, vast and undefined and terrifying. Who are they? I don't know exactly. The people Dad was afraid of, the ones he called the quiet men. David walked to the front window and carefully moved the curtain aside a fraction of an inch, scanning the empty street. They don't make noise unless they have to. The cheerful morning sun felt like a mockery. My safe, quiet street was a lie. My house was a lie. The man I had feared was my father, and the man I had thought was my father was a stranger asking for entry in a way I was only just beginning to understand. David let the curtain fall back into place. We can't stay here. It's not safe. Where do we go? I asked, the question sounding small and lost. He looked at me, and for the first time I saw a flicker of the big brother who used to have all the answers. We find him first before they do. He nodded toward the basement. He left a trail. We just have to be smart enough to follow it. He picked up the heavy flashlight from where I'd left it by the stairs. Let's finish looking. He didn't just live down there, he was working. The carvings felt warm in my hands as if they'd been held recently. I ran my thumb over the smooth wings of the sparrow, the memory of my father's hands suddenly vivid and painful. David was right. This wasn't just a hiding place. It was a workshop, a command post. David's light swept over the shelf of canned goods, then paused. He reached behind a row of beans and pulled out a small leather-bound notebook. It was worn at the edges, the leather softened by time and touch. He opened it carefully. The pages were filled with my father's tight, precise script, a familiar handwriting I hadn't seen since childhood. But it wasn't just words. There were diagrams, sketches of symbols that looked like the scratches on my door, lists of dates, my birthdays. The anniversary of my mother's death. He was documenting, David murmured, his eyes scanning a page, tracking patterns, movements. He flipped a page and went still. Lena. I moved to his side. He held the book open to a map. It was a hand-drawn sketch of the county, but it was marked with a strange, swirling pattern that seemed to overlay the roads and forests. A single, small X was marked near a creek I knew, a few miles out of town. Next to it, in my father's hand, was written one word, Sanctuary Asterisk. He left a map, I said, a wild, desperate hope flaring in my chest. He left a trail, David corrected, his voice low with urgency, but we're not the only ones following it. He snapped the book shut and stuffed it into his jacket pocket. We need to go now. The sound of another car engine, this one moving slowly past the house, made us both freeze. It didn't stop. It just cruised by, a shadow beyond the curtains. That's them, David said. It wasn't a question. They're circling. They know we're in here. They know we found it. He grabbed my arm, his grip firm. Listen to me. We're going out the back. We go straight to my truck. We don't stop for anything. He led me through the kitchen, his movements swift and sure. He didn't bother with the lights. At the back door he paused, his hand on the knob, and listened. The yard was silent, bathed in the deceptive peace of the morning. "Ready," he whispered. I nodded, my heart hammering against my ribs. He opened the door and we moved, a swift and silent pair across the dew-damp grass. My eyes were fixed on the beat-up truck parked at the curb, its driver's side door still hanging open from his rushed arrival. It looked like a lifeboat. We were 10 feet from it when the sand-colored car turned the corner at the end of the street. It began to accelerate. "Go," David yelled, shoving me toward the passenger side. He dove into the driver's seat, key already in his hand. I scrambled in after him, pulling the door shut just as the sedan glided to a stop directly behind us, blocking us in. The engine cut. The driver's door began to open. David didn't hesitate. He slammed the truck into reverse and stomped on the gas. The old truck lurched backward with a roar, its bumper crashing into the front grille of the sedan with a shriek of tearing metal. The man who was halfway out of the car stumbled back, his face a mask of cold surprise. "Seat belt," David barked, wrenching the wheel and throwing us into a jerky three-point turn that left rubber on the asphalt. I fumbled for the belt, my hands shaking, and clicked it just as he slammed the gear into drive and punched the accelerator. The truck shot forward, leaving the damaged sedan and the stunned man behind. I twisted in my seat, watching through the rear window. The man wasn't chasing us. He was just standing there next to his crippled car, watching us go. He lifted a hand, not a wave, but a simple, slow acknowledgement, a promise. I turned back around, my blood running cold. David's knuckles were white on the steering wheel. "Who were they?" I asked, my voice trembling. David's eyes flicked to the rearview mirror, then back to the road ahead, his foot never easing off the gas. "The quiet men," he said, "and now they know we're running." He reached into his pocket and pulled out the small leather notebook, tossing it into my lap. "Start reading. We need to find that sanctuary before they find us." The truck rattled and groaned, protesting the speed as we flew down the country road. Trees blurred into a solid wall of green on either side. I clutched the notebook, the soft leather feeling like skin. My hands were shaking as I opened it. The pages were a storm of my father's mind. Neat script dissolved into frantic, hurried scribbles, lists of supplies, measurements, then fragments of sentences that made no sense. "The pattern is in the bark if you know how to look. The quiet is not an absence, it is a presence. They listen through the wires." I flipped another page and my breath caught. There was a detailed sketch of a bird, not unlike the sparrow he left me, but this one had a key held in its beak. Beneath it, he had written for Lena, "When the path is lost, look for the guide." "David," I said, my voice tight. He knew I'd find this. He's leaving instructions. "Or he's just lost his mind," David muttered, his eyes constantly checking the mirrors. "Keep reading. Look for that map, the one with the X." I found it a few pages later. The hand-drawn map of the county, the swirling pattern overlaid like a second layer of reality. My finger traced the line that led to the X by the creek. Scribbled in the margin, in ink so faint it was almost gone, were coordinates. "Got it," I said, reading them out loud. David nodded, swerving onto a smaller, unpaved road that plunged us into deeper woodland. "I know where that is, an old ranger's outpost, abandoned for decades." He shot a glance at me. "It's a good place to hide." The notebook felt heavy with secrets. I turned another page and found a list of names. Most were crossed out. At the bottom, circled twice, was a name I didn't recognize, Alistair Finch *. Next to it, my father had written a single word, "Why?" The truck hit a pothole, jolting us violently. Something clattered in the bed of the truck. David's eyes locked with mine for a split second, a silent communication of shared fear. The sound hadn't come from the road. It had come from behind us, from the closed compartment behind our seats. My heart stopped. We weren't alone. David's face was a stone mask. He didn't slow down. His right hand slowly left the steering wheel and moved toward the knife sheathed on his belt. He gave a slight, almost imperceptible shake of his head, warning me to stay silent, to not react. He mouthed a single word, "Wait." The road ahead was empty, a tunnel of dense foliage. The only sounds were the roar of the engine and the blood pounding in my ears. We were driving deeper into the unknown, carrying a secret that had just broken its silence. The maze had no center anymore. It was everywhere, and we were trapped inside it with a ghost that had hitched a ride. Story 2. It was the sound of knuckles on glass, not a frantic pounding, but 3 distinct measured taps. I froze in the hallway, my own breath held captive in my chest. The window at the end of the hall was dark, reflecting only the room behind me. The sound came again, the same rhythm from the same pane. I took a step closer, the floorboard groaning in protest, and the scent of wet asphalt and night-blooming jasmine bloomed in the air, a combination that had no place inside this dry, quiet house. My hand rose not to open the window, but to press my own knuckles against the cold glass, a perfect, terrible mimicry of a memory I didn't own. I was supposed to forget that signal. The house was not mine, it was his. I was only there to box things up, to sift through the detritus of a life that had ended not with a bang, but with a whisper of unanswered questions. He was my neighbor, a quiet man with a habit of trimming his hedges at odd hours. The official report called it an accident, a tragic misstep in a wet bathtub, a closed case. But a closed case doesn't tap on windows in the dead of night. I lowered my hand, the ghost of the cold glass lingering on my skin. The scent of jasmine had vanished, replaced by the thick dust of neglect. I walked through the silent rooms, my footsteps the only heartbeat the place had. It was a tidy home, obsessively so. Canned goods in the pantry faced forward, labels perfectly aligned. Spices in the rack were organized by color, creating a fading rainbow. This was not the home of a man who had accidents. This was a fortress of control. My investigation began not with a case file, but with a stain. A small, dark bloom on the hardwood floor near the fireplace, almost scrubbed away, but not quite. It felt sticky when I pressed my fingers to it, a syrupy residue that smelled faintly of copper and chemical cleaner. I took a picture, the flash illuminating the grain of the wood, making the stain look like a Rorschach blot. I saw an animal in it, maybe a bird mid-flight, or a fist. I started to notice other things, small fractures in the perfect facade. A single, long, blonde hair caught in the bristles of a hairbrush in the bathroom cabinet. His hair was black and silver, a faint smudge of pink lipstick on the rim of a coffee mug at the back of the cupboard. I held the mug, feeling the ceramic-esque cool weight, and a shiver traced my spine. These were not his. They were fragments of a visitor, a ghost in the machine of his orderly life. I began to ask questions. The woman who lived across the street remembered a car, a small blue sedan, parked out front on occasion. She said she'd seen a woman once, walking quickly from the house, her head down. She couldn't describe her, not really. Average height, maybe. A plain coat. It was nothing and everything. The most compelling evidence was auditory. He had an old answering machine, the kind with a micro cassette. I found it buried in a closet, unplugged. I took it home, my hands trembling as I connected it in my own kitchen. I pressed play. There were mundane messages, a reminder about a dental appointment, a wrong number. Then a woman's voice. It was low, slightly husky, strained with a tension that made the air in my kitchen feel thin. "I got your message," the voice said, a pause filled with the sound of her breathing. "You can keep doing this. The signals, the notes, it has to stop. I am not playing this game anymore." A click, the dial tone hummed. That was it, the final message on the tape. The word echoed in my mind, signals. I returned to his house the next day, armed with this new, terrible clue. The 3 taps on the glass, a signal, a summons, or a warning. I went to the window where I'd heard the tapping. I examined the sill, the frame, the wall beside it. Nothing. I sat on the floor in the hallway, defeated, leaning against the wall. The afternoon light was fading, painting the hallway in long, melancholy shadows. My hand brushed against the baseboard and I felt a slight give, a loose piece of trim. My heart began to drum against my ribs, a frantic rhythm that drowned out the silence. I pried at the wood with my fingernails. It came away easily. Behind it, nestled in the dust and darkness, was a small, cloth-bound journal. The pages were filled with his tight, precise handwriting. It was not a diary of thoughts, but a log of observations, dates, times described only as early or late, weather conditions, and her, page after page of her. She wore a red scarf, she bought flowers, she argued with him in the driveway. It was a chronicle of fixation. The last entry was a single, chilling sentence. She understands the signal now. She will come. The air left my lungs. The quiet house seemed to press in on me, the walls holding their breath. I wasn't just an observer anymore. I was holding the blueprint of an obsession. The woman on the tape wasn't a random visitor. She was the subject of his study, the recipient of his signals, and she had wanted it to stop. I needed to find her. The journal provided no name, only a haunting intimacy with her routines. I spent days cross-referencing the journal's details with old local papers, with public records, with anything I could find. The breakthrough was a small article, a brief notice about a missing person from a while back, a woman. The description was vague, but it mentioned she was last seen wearing a silver bracelet with a bird motif. I remembered an entry in the journal weeks before it ended. I gave her the gift, a silver bird. She seemed pleased. The world tilted, the accident in the bathtub, the closed case. It was all wrong. This was no accident. He had lured her here with his signal, his 3 taps on the glass. Something had gone wrong. There had been a struggle. The stain by the fireplace was not from a spilled drink. He had cleaned, he had hidden the body, and he had staged the accident to explain any mess, any disruption in his perfect world. His own death, days later, was the final act, a guilt-induced heart attack. Suicide made to look natural. It didn't matter. He had escaped justice. I called the number for the missing person's contact, my throat tight. A man answered. I told him I might have information about the woman, that I believed her disappearance was connected to my neighbor. I described the journal, the silver bird bracelet. The line was silent for a long moment. Then his voice, flat and weary, devoid of surprise. We know, he said. The police knew. They found traces of her DNA in his car, but they found his body before they could make an arrest. Without a body, without a confession, with him dead, they said it was a dead end. They closed it. He thanked me and hung up. I sat there, the phone cold in my hand. The police had known. They had known, and they had closed the case, writing his death as the conclusion. It was neat. It was tidy. It was the opposite of the messy, terrifying truth. I thought I was uncovering a secret, but I was only walking a path that had already been swept clean. The revelation was not about the crime, but about the aftermath, about how easily a life can be erased, how a story can be folded up and put away because it is inconvenient. The truth was not a monster in the shadows. It was a quiet agreement to look the other way. I sit in his house now, the journal on the floor beside me. The sun has fully set. The hallway is black. I wait in the darkness, listening. I hear the hum of the refrigerator, the distant sigh of a car on the road. And I hear it again, not with my ears, but with my memory, a sound etched into the very bones of this place. 3 distinct measured taps on the glass, a signal without an answer, a question that will forever hang in the still, dead air. I understand it now. It was never a summons for her. It is an echo for me, a reminder that some doors once opened reveal a darkness so complete that closure is just a lie we tell ourselves to sleep at night. The case is closed for everyone but me. I am the one who is left listening. The silence that followed was heavier than before, a thick blanket of dust and resignation. I didn't move from my spot on the floor. The police had known. The family had known. The truth was not a revelation to be discovered, but a burden to be carried, and now it was mine. I picked up the journal, my fingers tracing the indentation of his final, manic sentence. She understands the signal now. She will come. He had been waiting for her that night, confident in his ritual, but she had come to end it, not to play. The struggle, the stain, the cleanup, it played out in my mind like a ghostly reel. He had won in the most terrible way. He had erased her and then himself, leaving behind only this sterile, haunted shell of a house. A cold practicality settled over me. I had to leave. There was nothing more for me here. The boxes were packed. The estate could be settled. I could walk away and let the silence reclaim this place. I pushed myself up, my joints stiff, and went to gather my things. My phone was on the kitchen counter, its screen dark. I picked it up, intending to call a cab to finally be free of this address. But as my thumb hovered over the screen, a different impulse took hold. I opened the internet browser. The missing woman's name was a whisper in my mind, found days earlier in the old news article. I typed it in, adding the name of our town. The results were the same as before, the single brief article, a few community forum posts from the time pleading for information that never came. I was about to shut it off when a new link caught my eye. It was from a photo-sharing site, a gallery titled Westview Community Garden, Summer. The date was from the year she vanished. I tapped the link, it loaded slowly. The images were of people tending plots of vegetables and flowers, smiling for the camera. I scanned the faces, my breath catching, and there she was. She was kneeling in the dirt, holding a bunch of deep purple flowers, her head thrown back in a laugh. It was a candid shot. She was alive, vibrant, real. And on her wrist, catching the sun, was the delicate silver bird bracelet. My eyes burned. I zoomed in on the picture, trying to memorize the lines of her face, the joy in it. This was the person he had reduced to a stain on the floor and an entry in a logbook. I scrolled to the next image. It was a wider shot of the garden party, and there on the periphery, standing near an oak tree and watching her, was my neighbor. His hands were in his pockets, his expression unreadable, but his posture was a study in intense focus. He was already watching. The logbook had begun long before ID imagined. I dropped the phone on the counter as if it had burned me. The connection was so mundane, so chillingly ordinary. A community garden, a shared interest that he had twisted into an obsession. I looked around the perfect, empty kitchen. This was where he had brought her after he had decided the watching was no longer enough. The need to leave was suddenly urgent. I shoved the journal into my bag, a piece of evidence I knew I could never show to anyone. It wouldn't change anything for the authorities. It would only reopen a wound they had neatly stitched shut. I turned off the lights, one by one, retreating toward the front door. My hand was on the latch when the sound came again. Not from the window. From inside the house. It was a soft, shuffling drag, like a curtain being pulled across a rod. It came from the living room, from the direction of the fireplace, from where the stain was. I stood perfectly still, my heart a hammer against my ribs. It was an old house, it settled. It had to be the house. But the sound came again, a deliberate scrape against the hardwood floor. This was not the settling of foundations. I knew with a certainty that turned my blood to ice that I was not alone. The police had closed the case. The world had moved on, but the story was not over. It was waiting here in the dark for the one person left who was still listening. The signal had been answered, after all, not by her, by me. And now something was here to collect. I did not turn around. My fingers, cold and numb, tightened on the doorknob. I could flee. I could yank the door open and run into the night, leaving the key in the lock, leaving the journal, leaving it all behind. But my feet were rooted to the spot. The scraping sound had not been an invitation. It had been a statement, a declaration of presence. The air behind me grew colder, a pocket of winter forming in the closed-up house. The scent bloomed again, not outside the window this time, but right beside me. Wet asphalt and night-blooming jasmine, so strong and cloying it made my head swim. It was the smell of her last walk to this house, the smell of that night, preserved like a photograph. A soft sigh whispered through the stillness, a sound of profound exhaustion. It came from directly behind my shoulder. I could feel a pressure there, a coldness that seeped through my jacket. I closed my eyes, my forehead resting against the cool wood of the door. This was not a ghost from a story. This was residue. This was a pain so sharp it had scarred the very air of this place, and I was standing in the wound. I knew then that the 3 taps on the glass weren't an echo. They weren't a memory the house was replaying. They were a language, and I had just answered it. My own mimicry of the signal, my knuckles on the glass, had been a response. I had said, "I hear you." And now she was here to talk. My voice, when I found it, was a dry rustle. I know what he did. The cold at my back intensified. The shuffling sound moved across the floor, circling me. I kept my eyes squeezed shut. I didn't want to see. Some truths are too terrible to look at directly. A woman's voice, the same husky, strained tone from the answering machine, but now stripped of all pretense of being alive, filled the space around me. It didn't come from one direction. It came from everywhere at once. No one listened. "I'm listening," I whispered. The image of the community garden photo flashed behind my eyelids, her laughing face. He took everything. "I have his journal," I said, the words tumbling out. "I can show people, I can tell them." A bitter, hollow laugh echoed in the hallway, a sound that had no joy in it, only a bottomless grief. They don't want to know, they never did. The cold began to recede, pulling away from me, condensing back toward the living room. The scent of jasmine began to fade, leaving only the dust. I finally found the courage to turn around. The hallway was empty, but the door to the living room, which I had closed, was now standing open. A deeper darkness waited within. I knew what was being asked of me. The police had their closure. The family had their resignation, but she had none. She had only the truth of what happened in that room, and it needed a witness. Leaving the front door, I walked toward the living room. Each step was heavier than the last. I stopped at the threshold. The room was pitch black, but I could feel her in there, waiting by the fireplace, where the dark stain marred the perfect floor. I reached out a trembling hand and flipped the light switch. The room was empty. The furniture was still draped in white sheets, like a room full of ghosts. The stain by the fireplace was just a stain. But on the floor in the center of the room lay a single, fresh, night-blooming jasmine flower. Its white petals were stark against the dark wood. I walked over and picked it up. It was cool to the touch, and its fragrance was overwhelming. It was real. I looked at the stain on the floor, then at the flower in my hand. This was her evidence. This was her testimony. It wouldn't hold up in any court. It would get me laughed out of a police station. But it was real, and it was for me. I wasn't here to close a case. I was here to receive it. The burden of knowing had been passed on. I closed my fingers around the flower, its stem cool and smooth. The case would never be closed, not really. But now at least she wasn't the only one carrying its weight. The silence in the house felt different now. It was no longer empty. It was shared. I left the house for the last time, the key turning in the lock with a final heavy click. The journal was in my bag, the flower carefully wrapped in a tissue in my pocket. I didn't look back. The street outside was quiet and ordinary, a world away from the suffocating stillness I had just left behind. Back in my own apartment, the familiar surroundings felt alien. The casual clutter of my life seemed frivolous and loud compared to his severe order and her lingering pain. I placed the journal on my coffee table. It looked like what it was, a dangerous, ugly thing. The jasmine flower I put in a small glass of water, its perfume slowly claiming the room. I thought about burning the journal, I thought about throwing it in the river, but I did neither. To destroy it felt like completing his work, like erasing her a second time. It was evidence, even if no court would ever see it. It was the proof that she had been seen, that her life had mattered enough for someone to document its every detail, however twisted the intention. Sleep didn't come that night. Every sound was the shuffle of feet on my floor. Every sigh of the wind was a voice at the window. I lay awake, staring at the ceiling, the scent of jasmine a constant reminder. I had gone looking for a simple answer to a neighbor's death and had instead become the archivist for a tragedy. The next morning I did the only thing I could think to do. I went to the community garden. It was fall now and the plots were mostly bare, the earth turned over for winter. I stood at the edge, looking at the spot where the photo had been taken. I could almost see the ghost of her laughter there, the echo of a life lived in the sun. I took the jasmine flower from my pocket. Its petals were still white, still fragrant, as if untouched by time. I knelt and dug a small hole in the cold earth at the base of the oak tree, the same tree he had stood under while he watched her. I placed the flower inside and covered it with soil. It wasn't a body to bury. It was a memory to plant, a truth to return to the earth it came from. As I stood to leave, a woman tending a nearby plot of hardy kale looked over at me. "Pretty late for planting," she said with a friendly smile. "It's for a friend," I said, my voice rough. Her smile softened, a good place to remember people. She went back to her work, and I knew she understood this place as a sanctuary, not the hunting ground it had become for him. I walked away and I didn't feel her presence with me anymore. The coldness was gone. The air just smelled of autumn decay and damp soil. The burden hadn't left me, but it had settled. It was a part of my history now, too. Sometimes, late at night, I take out the journal. I don't read his words. I look at the blank pages in the back and I write down what I remember. The sound of her voice on the tape, the look in her eyes in the photograph, the feeling of that cold pressure on my shoulder. I am writing a different log now, one not of obsession, but of witness. It is my answer to his, my signal into the dark. Sometimes, just as I am drifting off, I think I catch the faintest trace of jasmine on the air, not a summons, but a thank you. The case is closed for everyone else. For me, it is a story I keep alive so that she is not entirely gone. The writing is a slow, careful process. I do not document his facts, his times and dates. I write the things he never saw. The way the sun caught the silver of her bracelet in that garden photo. The genuine warmth of her laugh, frozen in that single frame. The immense, quiet courage it must have taken for her to finally come to his door that night, not as his subject, but as a person demanding her life back. Days blur into weeks. The sale of his house is finalized. I see the new owners from a distance, a young couple with a moving van and bright, hopeful faces. They paint the front door a cheerful yellow. I wonder if they feel it, the slight chill near the fireplace, or if they simply blame it on a draft. I hope, for their sake, they are not people who listen closely to the silences in their home. My own life continues, but it is shaded now. I find myself studying people in cafes, on park benches, wondering about the stories they carry, the secrets that are folded neatly away because the world prefers things tidy. The journal on my shelf is a quiet anchor to a reality most people never have to face. Tonight, the rain is tapping against my window, a gentle, natural rhythm. I am almost asleep when a different sound threads its way through the downpour. It is not 3 sharp raps, it is softer, a single clear tap, then nothing. I hold my breath waiting. It does not come again. Perhaps it was just the wind, a branch stirred by the storm. But a moment later, the faint, sweet scent of night-blooming jasmine drifts through the room. It is there for only a second, and then it is gone, washed away by the clean smell of the rain. I do not feel fear, I feel a strange sense of peace. It was not a signal, it was not a summons, it was just a hello, a reminder that the story is not forgotten, and that for now is enough. The rain continues its gentle patter, a sound that normally lulls me, but sleep feels far away now. I lie there in the dark, the phantom scent of jasmine already faded, leaving only the memory of its sweetness. The single tap on the glass hangs in the air, a punctuation mark on a story I thought I had finished reading. I get up and go to the window, pushing the curtain aside. The street is glossy black under the rain, reflecting the amber glow of the streetlights. It is empty. No figure stands on the sidewalk below my apartment. There is only the steady fall of water and the quiet of the late hour. Turning from the window, my eyes fall on the journal where it rests on the shelf. It seems to hold a gravity of its own, pulling at my attention. I walk over and take it down, the leather cover cool under my fingers. I don't open it. I don't need to read his words again. I simply hold it, feeling the weight of its history, of the two lives forever bound within its pages. The rain begins to ease, softening to a whisper, and in that new quiet I understand. The tap on the glass, the scent of the flower, they weren't for me, they were for her. A final note, a sign that some part of her remains, untethered from that house and from him, able to drift on the rain-scented air. She is not gone, she is just different. I return the journal to its place. It is not a thing of evil, nor is it a sacred text. It is simply a record. My own small additions, my witness statements written in the back, are my contribution to that record. They balance the scales, if only a little. I go back to bed, and this time sleep finds me quickly. I dream not of dark hallways or cold touches, but of a sun-drenched garden. I am kneeling in the dirt, and I can smell the rich soil and the perfume of flowers. A woman with a silver bracelet on her wrist is laughing nearby, and the sound is like light itself. When I wake, the morning is clear and bright. The storm has washed everything clean. I go about my day with a strange new lightness. The burden is still there, but it no longer feels like a chain. It feels like a purpose. That evening I walk past his old house. The yellow door is cheerful in the setting sun. A child's bicycle lies on its side in the front yard. Life has moved in, loud and messy and vibrant. It is the best possible ending for that place. I continue my walk, heading nowhere in particular. As I pass a small shop, a flash of silver in the window catches my eye. I stop. It's a bracelet, a delicate chain with a small, beautifully crafted silver bird. It is almost identical to the one she wore. I stand there for a long time just looking at it. Then I go inside and buy it. The clerk places it in a small box and I put it in my pocket. I don't know if I will ever wear it. That's not why I bought it. I bought it to mark the moment, to acknowledge that the past is always with us, but it does not have to define us. It can simply remind us to be kind, to be brave, to pay attention. I walk home as the streetlights flicker on. The air is cool and fresh. And for the first time since I found that journal, the silence feels like a friend. The bracelet stays in its box on my dresser. I see it every morning when I wake up. It is not a reminder of the darkness. It is a reminder that she existed before it, and that in some small way she still does. Weeks turn into a month. The sharp edges of the experience have softened, integrated into the fabric of my daily life. I find myself smiling more easily, listening more intently to the stories of others. I even sign up for a small plot at the community garden, ready for the spring planting. I am reading on the couch one evening when a noise makes me look up. It's a common sound in an old apartment building the creak of a floorboard from the unit above, but this creak is followed by another, and then a third, a precise, familiar rhythm. Dab, tab, tab. My breath catches, but only for a second. I close my book and sit quietly listening. There is no coldness, no scent of flowers, just the old building settling into the night. I know what it is, of course. It's my upstairs neighbor, an elderly man with a bad knee, walking across his living room. It is a sound I've heard 100 times before and dismissed without a thought. But now I choose to hear it differently. I choose to hear it as a hello, a little signal in the dark, reminding me that we are all connected by the stories we carry and the quiet debts we pay to the past. I look toward the dresser where the silver bird rests in its box. Then I look at the journal on the shelf, its story complete. The silence in my apartment is deep and comfortable. It is the silence of a thing finally and truly being at rest. I open my book and begin to read again, the 3 taps already fading into the background, just another part of the music of an ordinary night. The next morning I returned to the community garden. The air was crisp and a low mist clung to the turned earth. My new plot was a small rectangle of potential, waiting for the first seeds of spring. For now, it was just dark soil. I had brought the bracelet with me. I held the small box in my hand, feeling the weight of the silver bird inside. I didn't open it. Instead, I knelt and dug a small, deep hole at the very center of my plot. The earth was cold and rich in my hands. I placed the unopened box inside and covered it over, patting the soil smooth. It wasn't a burial, it was a planting, a promise that something new would grow from the memory of what was lost. As I stood brushing the dirt from my knees, I saw the woman with the kale plot watching me. She gave me a slow, knowing nod, as if she understood the rituals of grief and remembrance better than most. I nodded back, a silent understanding passing between us. This was that kind of place. I walked home feeling lighter than I had in months. The past was finally where it belonged, not forgotten, but integrated, a part of the foundation rather than a ghost haunting the halls. That evening I lit a single candle and took the journal down from the shelf. I opened it not to his entries, but to the blank pages at the back where I had written my own. I read over my words, my testimony. Then I took a pen and wrote one final sentence. The story is told, you can rest now. I closed the book. The candle flame flickered once, strongly, as if in a sudden draft, though the air in the room was perfectly still. Then it burned steady again. I blew it out and sat in the deepening twilight. The apartment was quiet, but the silence was no longer a void. It was a canvas. It was full of potential, waiting for the next story to be written, the next life to be lived. And for the first time, I was ready to be the one to live it. The echo had finally faded, leaving only the original solid world behind, more precious and more real for having been broken and remade. The following weekend, I bought a jasmine plant from the local nursery. Its leaves were a vibrant green, and it was already studded with tiny white buds. I carried it to the garden and planted it at the edge of my plot, right near the oak tree. It felt right, putting down roots for the future instead of burying relics of the past. The woman from the kale plot was there again. She walked over, wiping her hands on her canvas apron. "That's a lovely choice," she said, her eyes crinkling at the corners. "It'll smell divine on summer nights." "I hope so," I replied. She looked at me for a long moment, her gaze thoughtful. "You know, I knew the woman you were here for, the one you planted the flower for." The air seemed to still. I just waited. "She was a force of nature," the woman continued, a sad smile touching her lips. Always had a kind word, always the first to share her cuttings. She loved that jasmine. She pointed a dirt-stained finger at my new plant, said it was a night bloomer, that some of the most beautiful things only reveal themselves in the dark. I looked at the small plant, seeing it anew. It wasn't just a memorial, it was a continuation. "Thank you for telling me that," I said, my voice thick with an emotion I couldn't name. She nodded. "The world forgets too easily. It's good to be reminded." She turned to go back to her kale, then paused. "I'm Martha, by the way." "Alex," I said. "See you around, Alex." She gave a little wave and walked away. I finished patting the soil around the jasmine plant, giving it a good drink of water. As I stood to leave, the sun broke through the clouds, warming my face. I realized the constant, low-level hum of anxiety that had lived in my chest since I first entered that house was gone. It had been replaced by a quiet sense of purpose, a connection not just to a ghost, but to the living world around me. Walking home, I thought about what Martha had said, the most beautiful things revealing themselves in the dark. I understood that now. I had faced a terrible darkness and found within it a story that needed to be honored, a truth that demanded a witness. And in doing so, I had found a piece of myself I never knew was missing. That night, for the first time in a long time, I slept deeply and dreamlessly. The past was truly at rest, and so was I. The case was not just closed, it was complete. The jasmine plant thrived. By the next summer, it had climbed partway up the oak tree, its delicate white stars releasing their perfume each evening, a sweet, persistent presence in the community garden. I was there most days, my hands in the dirt, growing tomatoes and zucchini and simple flowers. The physical work was a good counterbalance to the weight of memory. Martha became a friend. We would often share a thermos of tea at the end of the day, sitting on the bench near the garden's entrance. We didn't always talk about the past. Mostly we talked about the weather, the pests attacking our plants, and the small, quiet dramas of the neighborhood. It was a comfortable, easy silence that often settled between us. One such evening, as the fireflies began to blink in the gathering dusk, Martha turned to me, her face serious. "There's a woman," she said, her voice low. "She's new to the building next to mine. She has that look about her." "What look?" I asked, though I thought I knew. "The look of someone who listens too hard to the silences in her own home," Martha said. "She jumps at the mail sliding through the slot. She checks her locks 3 times. I looked down at my hands, at the dirt ingrained under my nails. "Some people are just like that," I said, though the words felt hollow. "Maybe," Martha conceded, "but her upstairs neighbor is a man who keeps to himself, a quiet man, the kind who watches." She took a sip of her tea. "I thought you should know, not to do anything, just to know." I understood this wasn't a case to be solved. It was a thread, another story unfolding in the dark. The knowledge settled inside me, not as a burden, but as a responsibility. I wasn't a detective, I was a witness. And sometimes the most important thing a witness can do is simply be aware, to hold a space for a truth that might need to be told. "I'm glad you told me," I said. Martha nodded, and we sat in silence as the last of the light faded. The scent of jasmine grew stronger, a gentle signal in the twilight. I knew I wouldn't seek this woman out, but if our paths crossed, I would be ready to listen. I would know the signs. The story was complete, but others were just beginning, and the garden was a good place to remember that we are all keepers of each other's quiet truths. I finished my tea, the warmth spreading through me, a small defense against the coming night. The next time I saw her, she was in the corner store, staring blankly at a shelf of soup cans. Her shoulders were hunched, and she held her car keys between her fingers like a weapon. She had the look Martha had described, a portrait of someone trying to appear invisible while being hyper-aware of every sound. I didn't approach her, I just went about my shopping, giving her a wide berth, but I made sure to smile softly at her when our eyes accidentally met over the dairy case. A small, non-threatening gesture. Her response was a quick, nervous flicker of a smile before she looked away, but it was something. A few days later, I was reading on my balcony when I saw her taking out her trash. The man from the upstairs apartment was on his own balcony, smoking a cigarette and looking down into the courtyard. I saw her posture change the moment she noticed him. She became stiff, robotic, hurrying back to her door without looking up. I knew that dance. I knew the specific weight of that kind of fear. It wasn't my business, and yet it was, not to solve, but to see. The following weekend, I brought an extra basket of my tomatoes to the garden. Martha was already there. I didn't say anything about the woman. I just placed the basket on the bench beside her. I had a good harvest, I said. She looked at the overflowing basket and then at me. Quite a harvest, she said, her eyes knowing, more than one person could need. Thought maybe your new neighbor might like some, I said casually, deadheading a marigold, if you see her. Martha was quiet for a moment. I might just do that, she said finally. A basket of tomatoes is a good way to say hello, no strings attached. That was all that was said. The jasmine was in full bloom that evening. It sent a thick, sweet cloud around us. It felt like a shield, a declaration that good things could still grow in the dark. I stayed until the last light was gone, listening to the crickets and the distant sounds of the city. I thought about threads, how they connect us in ways we can barely see. I had planted a flower for a ghost, and that act had led me here, to a living woman who might need a basket of tomatoes and a knowing glance. The story was never really over. It just changed shape, and we changed with it, learning how to hold the light a little better each time. The tomatoes were accepted. Martha told me the next time I saw her that the woman's name was Alina, and that she had seemed surprised by the gift, but genuinely pleased. A small crack in the armor. I didn't make a project of it. I simply continued my life, tending my garden, living in my apartment, but now with a new layer of awareness. I started noticing Alina more often. She began taking short walks in the evening, always staying close to home. I sometimes nod to her from my balcony, and she offer a timid wave in return. One afternoon, I found her sitting on the bench at the garden's edge, just outside the fence. She wasn't looking at the plants. She was just sitting, as if gathering the strength to go back inside. I walked over and sat beside her, leaving a comfortable space between us. For a few minutes, we just watched the bees buzzing around the lavender. "It's a peaceful place," she said finally, her voice so quiet I almost missed it. "It is," I agreed. "It helps to have your hands in the dirt. It grounds you." She nodded, her eyes distant. "My mother used to have a garden. She grew roses." "They a lot of work," I said, "but worth it." Another silence settled, but it wasn't uncomfortable. It was shared. "I live in the building over there," she said after a while, pointing without looking. "The man upstairs, he plays his music so loud, it shakes the floor." It was such a simple, ordinary complaint, but the way she said it, the slight tremor in her voice told the real story. It wasn't about the music. It was about the vibration, the constant, intrusive reminder of his presence above her, the inability to feel safe in her own home. "I am sorry," I said. "That sounds awful. It must make it hard to relax." She looked at me then, really looked at me, and I saw the gratitude in her eyes. I had heard what she wasn't saying. "It does," she whispered. We sat for a little while longer until she rose, thanking me for the conversation. I watched her walk away, a little straighter than before. She hadn't told me anything of real substance, and I hadn't offered any solutions, but a connection had been made. A thread had been gently tugged, and on the other end, someone felt it. That night, the scent of jasmine drifted through my open window, stronger than ever. It no longer felt like a message from the past. It felt like a reminder for the present, a reminder to pay attention, to be a quiet anchor for others when they need it. The story was indeed still being written, not in a journal, but in the living world, one small, kind gesture at a time. The next Saturday, I was weeding between my tomato plants when I saw Alina unlatch the garden gate. She hesitated for a moment on the threshold before stepping inside. She held a small, folded paper bag. She found me by the jasmine, its scent already gathering in the warm air, though the sun was still high. "Hello," she said, her voice a little stronger than it had been on the bench. "Hi, Elena, it's good to see you here." "I brought these," she said, holding out the bag. "I thought since you shared your tomatoes." Inside were several packets of seeds, zinnias, cosmos, and moonflowers. "These are wonderful," I said, meaning it. "Thank you. The moonflowers will climb right up the fence next to the jasmine. They open at dusk, you know." "I know," she said, and a real smile, small but sure, touched her lips. "My mother loved them." I handed her a trowel and pointed to a sunny patch of earth near the edge of the plot. "That spot gets good light. Would you like to plant them?" She knelt without a word, opening a packet of zinnia seeds with careful fingers. I went back to my weeding, giving her the space to have this small, quiet moment with the earth. The only sounds were the distant traffic and the scrape of her trowel. After a while she spoke, her words directed at the soil. "I talked to the landlord about the noise. He said he'd have a word." "That's a big step," I said, keeping my tone neutral and encouraging. "I was nervous," she admitted, pressing a seed into a small hole. "But I kept thinking about what you said, about it being hard to relax. It helped to know that someone else understood it wasn't just about the music." I nodded, though she wasn't looking at me. It usually isn't. She finished planting the row of zinnias and sat back on her heels, looking at her work. The tense line of her shoulders had softened. "It feels good to put something in the ground," she said, "to know it will grow." "It does," I agreed. We fell into a comfortable silence, side by side in the dirt. Martha arrived a little later and raised an eyebrow at the sight of the two of us, but she just gave an approving nod and went to her kale. Alina stayed until the shadows grew long. As she was leaving, she turned to me. "I think I'll come back tomorrow to water them." "I'd like that," I said. I watched her walk away, and a deep sense of peace settled over me. The garden had given me a way to lay a ghost to rest, and now it was giving Alina a reason to look forward to tomorrow. The past was a quiet, settled thing, a foundation. The present was alive with the simple, profound work of tending what we had planted and waiting together for what would bloom. Story 3. I had just wiped the steam from the mirror. The shower-s heat still clung to my skin, a familiar blanket in a quiet house, but the air I breathed in was wrong. It carried a faint, metallic chill from the hallway, a scent that didn't belong with the soap and the steam. My hand, reaching for the lotion, stilled. The bathroom doorknob, which should have been cool, held the memory of a recent, foreign grip. I had not turned it to come in. The wrong kind of warmth was already on my skin. The feeling began not with a sound, but with a silence. It was a quality of quiet that was too deep, a held breath in the architecture of the house. I would be reading, and my eyes would lift from the page not because of a noise, but because the absence of one had become conspicuous. The refrigerator would cycle off, and in that new void I would wait for the floorboard in the hall to sigh its usual sigh. Sometimes it did, often it did not. And the waiting itself became a sound, a high, thin ringing in my ears that was my own blood anticipating a disturbance that never came. I started to notice the small things, the things that are never in the same place twice in a lived-in home. A book on the shelf, its spine jutting out a quarter-inch further than its neighbors. The angle of a chair at the kitchen table shifted just enough to catch the light differently. A mug on the draining board, dry and facing east when I was certain I had left it facing west, still damp from washing. These were not accusations, merely questions. Had I moved it? The days are long and habits are performed without thought. It was possible. It was always possible that I was the author of these minor discrepancies, but the feeling remained, a cold pebble in the pocket of my mind that I would finger throughout the day. The radio played low one afternoon, a murmur of voices discussing the weather, a traffic delay on a road I never use. The broadcast cut to a string of songs, and I let the sound wash over me as I folded laundry. A particular melody came on, one I had not heard in a long time, and a feeling of profound and unplaceable sadness washed over me. It was only when the song ended that I realized the broadcast had been interrupted. There had been a pause, a blank space of dead air between the end of the music and the announcer's return, a space just long enough for a single, soft exhalation that was not my own. I stood very still, a towel held to my chest, and listened to the empty house. Had I imagined it, the mind, seeking patterns, can create them from nothing. But the silence that followed felt attentive, a listener-esque silence. I began to walk the rooms at odd hours, not searching for anything, but reacquainting myself with their textures. I would run a hand along the wall in the hallway, feeling the slight bump of the plaster under the paint. I memorized the view from each window, the way the light fell at a specific hour, the pattern the shadows of the trees made on the floor. I was building a map of what was mine, a catalog to hold against the slow, insistent erosion of my certainty. One evening I found a single long strand of hair caught in the bristles of a hairbrush that sat on a shelf. It was dark, unlike my own. It could have been from a guest from months ago, shaken loose from a sweater, but the shelf had been dusted recently. The hair was clean and lay atop the dust, not within it. I held it up to the light, this fine, dark thread, and felt the world tilt slightly on its axis. The nights were the worst, or perhaps the best, because the darkness gave shape to the fear, made it something I could almost see. I would lie awake and listen to the house settle, and each creak was a footstep, each rustle of the leaves outside the window was a hand on the latch. I started sleeping with the lamp on, a small pool of light on the bedside table that made the shadows in the corners deeper, more profound. I would watch the doorknob, a dull brass eye, and will it not to turn? It never did. But the not turning began to feel like a choice made elsewhere. A decision by something that was waiting with infinite patience for me to understand the rules of this new game. I retrace my steps constantly now. I move through the memory of that first wrong air, that first warm doorknob. I go back to the book, the chair, the mug. I listen again for the breath on the radio. I hold the dark hair in my mind as each time I revisit them, the details shift. The mug was bone dry, or was it still faintly damp? The exhalation was a sigh, or was it merely static? The hair was coarse, or was it fine? I assemble the facts and they form a different picture each time, a puzzle with pieces that change shape in my hand. The only constant is the feeling, the cold, metallic certainty that the story began long before I noticed it, and that I am not its author, merely a character who has just stumbled upon the page. The truth is not a solid thing I can hold. It is a vapor, a scent on the air. It is the memory of a warmth that was not mine, left behind on a cool brass surface. It is the understanding that a space can be entered and left, and that the only evidence is a subtle rearrangement of the quiet, a new tension in the familiar air. I stand now before the mirror, the steam long gone, the glass cold and clear. I look at my own face, my own eyes, and I see the knowledge there. It is not a knowledge of what happened or when or who. It is the simpler, more terrible knowledge that something has, and that the house, for all its familiar warmth, is no longer a place of shelter, but a container for a silence that has been shared. My hand reaches for the doorknob. It is cool now as it should be, but the memory of that other warmth is the only thing I can feel. I turn the knob, the mechanism clicking with a finality that seems to echo in the hall. The door swings inward on silent hinges, revealing the empty stretch of corridor. The air here is still, and yes, it still carries that faint, cold tang of metal, like a coin held on the tongue. I step out, the bathroom tiles giving way to the worn runner on the hardwood floor. My bare feet make no sound. I am a ghost in my own home. I pause, listening not for a noise, but for the quality of the silence. It feels different here, thicker, as if the air molecules themselves are holding a secret. I walk toward the kitchen, my hand trailing along the wall just as I have done so many times before. But this time, my fingertips register a new detail. A patch of plaster just beside the framed photograph of the sea is slightly warmer than the wall around it. It is a small, palm-sized area of residual heat, as if someone had leaned there, listening, just moments before I opened the bathroom door. My breath catches in my throat. This is not a memory. This is now. The evidence is under my own fingers. I pull my hand back as if burned and stare at the innocent-looking wall. The rational part of my mind, the part that has been diligently explaining everything away, is finally, utterly silent. It has no answer for this. I continue into the kitchen, driven by a dread I can no longer suppress. The room is as I left it. The mug is on the draining board, but I don't look at it. My eyes are drawn to the table. The chair is pushed in, but not perfectly. One leg is a fraction of an inch out of alignment with the tile pattern on the floor, and on the table's surface, in the fine layer of dust that accumulates in a day, there is a smudge. It is not a fingerprint. It is the blurred, elongated mark of a fingertip being dragged slowly across the wood. The back door is locked, the windows are shut. There is no place for an intruder to have gone. The house is a sealed box, and I am inside it with this presence, this evidence of a shadow that moves when I look away. I hear it then, not with my ears, but in the center of my bones, a shift in pressure, a displacement of air from the living room. It is the sound of someone rising from my favorite armchair. I am frozen, my body refusing the command to turn around. I stare at the smudge on the table, and I understand the rules of the game have changed. The waiting is over. It is done hiding from me. The shared silence is about to be broken. A cold draft whispers across the back of my neck, a thread of air that does not belong in this still, sealed room. It is the only warning. My scalp prickles. Every hair on my body stands erect. I do not want to turn. I want to remain here forever, staring at the damning smudge on my own kitchen table, because the moment I turn, the world I know will end. But my body is no longer mine to command. It turns itself, a slow, stiff pivot on the linoleum floor. The archway that leads to the living room is 10 feet away. The lamp beside my armchair is on, casting a warm, inviting pool of light onto the empty seat. But the space just beyond the archway, where the light fades into the gloom of the hall, is not empty. A shadow detaches itself from the deeper darkness, a vertical slice of night that solidifies into a form. It is tall and unnaturally still, a man-shaped silence. I cannot see a face, only a suggestion of depth where a face should be. There are no features, no eyes, yet I feel its gaze like a physical weight pressing against my skin, measuring my terror. It does not move toward me. It simply exists there, a fact in my hallway, the answer to every question I have been too afraid to ask. My heart is a frantic bird beating against the cage of my ribs. A scream gathers in my throat, a cold, sharp stone, but I cannot force it out. The air is too thick to breathe, let alone use for sound. The figure takes a single step forward into the edge of the light from the living room lamp. A shoe, dark and polished, comes to rest on the hardwood floor. The step makes no sound. It is this more than anything that fractures what remains of my courage. A thing that moves without sound is a thing that does not obey the rules of my world. It tilts its head, a slow, considering gesture. I feel its curiosity, its cold, appraising intelligence. I am not a person to it. I am a phenomenon, an obstacle, a subject of study. The silence stretches, a taut wire between us, humming with a frequency that only the two of us can hear. Then it raises one hand. The gesture is deliberate, almost graceful. It does not point at me or make a threat. It simply holds its palm toward me, fingers slightly curled as if feeling the heat from a fire, or testing the resistance of the air between us. A sound finally leaves my lips, not a scream, but a whimper, a tiny, broken exhalation of pure despair. The figure lowers its hand. It takes one step back, merging once more with the darkness of the hall. It does not turn away. It simply recedes, dissolving into the shadows from which it came until there is nothing there to see at all. I am alone in the bright kitchen. The chair is crooked. The smudge is on the table. The patch of wall is warm. The evidence is everywhere. I sink to the floor, my legs unable to hold me, and I wrap my arms around myself. I am shaking. The house is quiet again, but the silence is no longer a question. It is an answer. I am not alone. I have never been alone. And now it has chosen to let me see. The cold from the linoleum seeps into my skin, a grounding chill that does nothing to stop the trembling. I sit there for a long time, minutes or perhaps hours, my back against the kitchen cabinets, staring at the empty archway. My mind is a blank, white static. The part of me that reasons, that explains away, has been extinguished. There is no rational path from a warm patch of plaster to the silent, watching thing in my hall. Slowly, feeling returns to my limbs, a painful pins and needles awakening. I push myself up, my muscles aching as if I have run a great distance. I do not look at the archway. My eyes are fixed on the mundane details of my kitchen, the toaster, the clock, the mug on the draining board. These things are now artifacts from a lost world, a time before I knew. I walk to the table, my hand hovers over the smudge in the dust. I cannot bring myself to touch it. That mark is his. It's whatever it was. It is a signature. I look at the misaligned chair leg and with a surge of defiant energy, I kick it. The chair screeches against the floor, a violent, ugly sound that shatters the profound quiet. The noise is a relief. It is mine. I made it. But the echo dies quickly and the silence rushes back in, heavier than before. It feels like a reprimand. My act of defiance is pathetic, a child-esque tantrum in the face of an ocean. I need to move. I cannot stay in this kitchen. I walk to the back door and check the lock again, my fingers tracing the solid brass of the deadbolt. It is firmly engaged. The windows are latched. I do the same to the front door. The house is a perfect sealed trap. My feet carry me on a slow circuit through the downstairs. I do not turn on more lights. The pools of illumination from the lamps I left on now feel like stages, and I am an unwilling performer. I pass the archway to the living room. I do not look down the hall. I already know it is empty. It has returned to its watching, its waiting. The game has not ended. It has merely entered a new phase. I end up in the doorway of the spare room, a place used for storage. It is pitch black inside. My hand fumbles for the switch, and the overhead light blinks on, harsh and unforgiving. The room is as it always is, a landscape of boxes and old furniture draped in white sheets. Everything is under a fine layer of dust, everything except for one thing. A path has been cleared through the dust on the floor. It is not a wide path, just a narrow trail, as if someone with very careful feet had walked from the door to the far wall and back again. My eyes follow it to the wall where an old, heavy wardrobe stands. The double doors of the wardrobe are closed, but a single, clear fingerprint smudges the dust on one of its brass handles. He was in here, it was in here, standing in the dark behind the closed door, perhaps listening to me pace the halls, perhaps waiting. The air leaves my lungs in a slow, controlled sigh. There is no panic left. The fear has been refined into a cold, sharp certainty. This is not a haunting. It is an occupation. A silent, patient roommate who moves through my home like a breath, rearranging the dust, leaving traces of its passage. I back out of the room and turn off the light, plunging it back into darkness. I close the door softly. There is no longer any point in checking locks or searching for evidence. The evidence is everywhere. It is in the air I breathe. I climb the stairs to my bedroom, each step a conscious effort. The house feels different now. It is not my house. It is ours. I lie down on the bed, still dressed, and stare at the ceiling. The lamp is still on. I do not turn it off. I listen to the silence, and I know that it is listening back. The knowledge is a cold weight on my chest, but it is also strangely a kind of resolution. The question has been answered. The waiting is over. Now there is only the coexistence and the terrible, unspoken understanding of what that means. The mug on the draining board is just a mug. The chair is just a chair. But they are no longer only mine. The morning light feels different. It is the same sun, the same angle through the same windows, but it illuminates a world that has been fundamentally altered. I move through my routines with a mechanical precision. I make coffee. The act of measuring the grounds, pouring the water, is a ritual performed under observation. I am certain of it. I take my cup and go to sit in the living room. I choose the sofa, not the armchair. The armchair feels like its territory now. I sip my coffee and stare at the opposite wall. The silence is a live thing between us, a third occupant in the room. I can feel it in the hall, a concentration of stillness. I wonder what it wants. Why reveal itself? Was it a slip, a moment of carelessness, or was it a deliberate communication? A way of saying, I am here. You know I am here. Now what? The radio is silent. I cannot bear the thought of music, of a voice that is not mine. The only sound is the faint ticking of the clock on the mantel and the occasional sip of coffee. Later, I go to the grocery store. The normality of the outside world is a jarring, bright assault. People push carts and discuss dinner plans. A child cries over a box of cereal. The fluorescent lights hum overhead. I feel like a ghost among them, moving through their reality while anchored to my own private nightmare. I buy the things on my list: milk, eggs, bread. The banality of it is almost laughable. When I return, I unlock the front door with a key that feels heavier than usual. I push the door open and step inside, my senses heightened, expecting something. A change, a message, but the house is just as I left it. The coffee cup is still on the side table. The blanket is still folded on the sofa. I put the groceries away. As I place the milk in the refrigerator, I see it. The magnet that holds my takeout menus to the fridge door, a small ceramic apple, has been moved. It is now holding nothing, placed precisely in the center of the refrigerator's white surface. The menus are stacked neatly beside it on the counter. It is such a small thing, insignificant, but it is a correction, a housekeeping note. It preferred the menus not to be there. I lean against the counter, a hollow laugh escaping my lips. This is it. This is the new reality. We are negotiating the terms of our shared space, one tiny, unsettling adjustment at a time. The fear is still there, a cold knot in my stomach, but it is now woven with a thread of absurdity. I am being haunted by a fastidious ghost. I do not move the magnet back. I leave it in the center of the fridge, a white flag acknowledging its opinion. I go to the living room and turn on the radio very low. I choose a station playing classical music, something without words, an offering of sorts. This is the sound I will allow. This is the sound we will share. I sit and I listen, and in the stillness of the house I feel a shift. It is not approval. It is not disapproval. It is simply acknowledgement. The game continues. I have made my move. Now I wait for its next. The music swells, a tragic, beautiful piece, and for a moment the house does not feel like a trap. It feels like a concert hall, and we are the only two attendees listening together in the dark. The days begin to fold into one another, a strange new rhythm established. I find myself speaking aloud sometimes, not to it, but for it. I'm going to the store, I'll say to the empty living room, or I think I'll have soup for lunch. The words hang in the air, unanswered, but they no longer feel entirely foolish. They feel like part of the etiquette of this arrangement. I notice other things. A book I left on the coffee table is closed and placed on the shelf, its spine perfectly aligned with the others. A pen that rolled onto the floor is back in its cup. These are not frightening alterations. They are quiet, fastidious corrections. It is as if I have a roommate with a profound need for order and an aversion to being seen. The fear has not vanished, but it has mutated into a constant, low-level hum of awareness, a hypervigilance that notes every shift in the quality of light, every minute change in the air. I am always listening, always watching from the corner of my eye. I have come to know its preferred pathways, the spaces it frequents. The hallway upstairs is often colder than it should be. The door to the spare room is sometimes not quite shut, the latch not fully engaged, an invitation I have not yet accepted. One afternoon, a week after I saw it in the hall, I am washing the dishes. The sun is setting, casting long orange rays across the kitchen. I am scrubbing a pot, my hands submerged in the warm, soapy water, and for a moment, just a moment, I forget. I am simply a person washing a dish in her own home. Then I feel it, not a draft, not a sound, a presence. It is directly behind me, so close I feel I could lean back and touch it. The air becomes dense, charged. The small hairs on my arms rise. My hands go still in the water. Every instinct screams to whirl around, to confront it, to scream. But I don't. I have learned the rules. Sudden movements are not part of them. I remain perfectly still, my breath held, staring at my own blurred reflection in the chrome faucet. I can see nothing behind me in the distorted metal, only the shifting shapes of the kitchen. But I can feel it, a consciousness focused on the back of my neck. It is studying me. The rise and fall of my shoulders, the sound of my breathing, which I have started again, slow and deliberate. Time stretches, the soapy water grows lukewarm around my wrists. The presence does not move, it does not touch me. It simply exists there, a monument of silence at my back. This is a test, a new move in the game. It is asking a question without words. What will you do now that you know I am here, not in another room, but right here? Slowly, very slowly, I begin to move my hands again. I pick up the sponge. I resume scrubbing the pot. The motion is clumsy, my muscles tight with terror, but I do it. I wash the pot as if I am utterly alone, as if the air behind me is not thick with another being. I rinse it, the clean water splashing into the sink, and place it on the draining board. I pick up a plate. And then it is gone. The pressure vanishes. The air returns to normal. I am alone in the kitchen with the setting sun. I let out a shuddering breath and lean heavily against the counter, my heart hammering. My knees are weak. It was a test, and I believe I passed. I did not run. I did not turn. I acknowledged its presence by refusing to acknowledge it. This is the language we are building. I look at the window over the sink. The glass is darkening with the evening. And there on the pane, just beside my own reflection, a faint circle of mist is fading away. A breath, not mine. I turn off the water and dry my hands. I do not look behind me. I walk out of the kitchen and up to my bedroom. I lie down in the dark without turning on the lamp. The shadows in the corners are deep and full. I do not watch the doorknob. I close my eyes. I listen to the house breathe around me. And I know with a certainty that is beyond terror that it is listening to me breathe in return. We are sharing the night. The next morning I wake not to an alarm, but to the profound silence that has become my new normal. The light through the curtains is gray, promising rain. I dress and go downstairs, my footsteps the only sound in the house. The kitchen is as I left it, the clean dishes on the draining board, the window clear of any breath. I make my coffee and take it to the living room. I stop in the doorway. The book I was reading last night, a heavy history volume, is closed on the side table, but it is not placed on the shelf. It is centered perfectly on a small woven coaster that usually sits beneath a vase. The coaster is not large enough for the book, its edges hang over. It is a deliberate placement, an intentional inaccuracy. It is a message. I sip my coffee looking at it. It feels like a response to my own move at the sink yesterday, a nod, an acknowledgement of the unspoken communication. It is also a demonstration of its control. It can place things where it wishes, even if the logic is its own. The rain begins, a soft patter against the windows, enclosing the house in a soft, gray world. I have no plans to go out. The day stretches before me, a blank page in our ongoing, silent dialogue. I find myself in the spare room doorway again. The door is, as before, slightly ajar. The clear path through the dust is still there, leading to the wardrobe. I push the door open wider. The room smells of old wood and stillness. I have not entered it since the day I found the trail. I step inside. The floorboards creak under my weight, a sound that seems blasphemously loud. I walk the path it made, my own feet fitting neatly within the narrow trail in the dust. I stop before the wardrobe. The fingerprint is still there on the brass handle, a faint whorl. My hand lifts. I do not know what I am doing. This is crossing a line. This is entering its space. My fingers touch the cold brass. I pull the door open. The inside is empty except for a single wire hanger which swings gently with the movement. The wood at the back is smooth and unmarked. There is nothing here, yet the air within the wardrobe is several degrees colder than the air in the room. It smells different too, a clean metallic scent like static electricity after a lightning strike. This is where it stands. This is its place. I close the door carefully, ensuring the latch does not click. I back out of the room, retracing my steps in the dust, and pull the door shut until it is in the exact same slightly open position as before. I spend the afternoon in the living room pretending to read. My mind is not on the words. It is on the wardrobe, on the cold, charged darkness within it. The rain continues its gentle tap-tap against the glass. As evening draws in, I make a decision. It is a reckless one, born from a need to push back, to participate more actively in whatever this is. I go to the bookshelf and choose a novel, a well-loved copy with a cracked spine. I open it to a random page and leave it face down on the arm of the sofa, splayed open, a deliberate mess, a challenge. I go up to bed early, leaving the light on in the living room. I lie in the dark, listening. The house is quieter than usual, as if holding its breath. The rain has stopped. I wait for the sound of a page turning, for the book to be closed and put away. But no sound comes. The silence is complete. I fall into a fitful sleep, my dreams filled with images of open doors and empty wardrobes. When I come down in the morning, the first thing I see is the book. It is no longer on the arm of the sofa. It is on the coffee table. It is closed, but a single, thin bookmark, a strip of faded leather I haven't seen in years, protrudes from the top. It marks a page near the beginning. My heart thumps heavily against my ribs. I walk over and open the book to the marked page. Chapter 3. There is no note, no underlined passage, just the clean text of the story. But the message is clear. It has accepted my offering. It has chosen a place to start. I read the chapter. It is a quiet passage describing a character walking through an empty house, listening to the echoes of their own footsteps. The prose is simple, evocative. I feel a strange, invasive intimacy as I read the words it has selected. Is this a reflection, a commentary, or simply a choice made at random? I leave the book on the table, the leather strip still marking the page. The day passes. I make food I do not taste. I watch the gray light fade into black night. The silence is a held breath. I feel its attention like a physical weight, a focused intensity that follows me from room to room. It is waiting to see what I will do next. That night I do not go upstairs. I take a blanket from the cupboard and settle on the sofa. I leave the lamp on. The book lies on the table between myself and the empty armchair. I pretend to sleep, my body tense, my ears straining for any sound beyond the steady tick of the clock. For hours there is nothing, just the deep, waiting quiet of the house. Then a change. The quality of the air shifts, growing colder, sharper. I keep my breathing even, my eyes closed to slits, watching the room through a veil of eyelashes. A shadow detaches itself from the deeper darkness of the hall. It does not walk. It seems to condense into being near the armchair. The form is indistinct. A man-shaped blur of slightly moving darkness, like smoke held in a fragile container. It does not look at me. It turns its head toward the book on the table. A hand, barely more than a suggestion of a hand, reaches out. The fingers, long and insubstantial, pass over the cover of the book without touching it. The gesture is one of contemplation, not of action. It is not going to read. It is remembering. Then it turns, the featureless face regards me on the sofa. I feel its gaze like a chill spreading over my skin. I hold perfectly still, feigning the deep, regular breaths of sleep. I am certain it knows. It must know. This is another test. It takes a step toward me. The movement is soundless. It stands over me, a column of living shadow, and the cold radiating from it is immense. I can feel it leaching the warmth from my cheeks. A thought, clear and terrible, forms in my mind. It is not a thought of my own making. It is a single, foreign word deposited into my consciousness like a stone dropping into a still pool. Lonely. The word hangs there, devoid of emotion, a simple statement of fact. Its fact, or mine. Then it is gone, the cold recedes, the pressure vanishes. I am alone again. I open my eyes, the room is empty. The armchair is just a chair, but the word remains etched into my mind. I sit up, pulling the blanket around my shoulders, and look at the empty space where it stood. The fear is still there, a constant companion, but it is now tangled with something else, something far more dangerous, a thread of empathy. I am not being haunted, I am not being occupied, I am being kept company. And the thing keeping me company is just as alone as I am. The game is not a game of fear, it is a game of recognition. And it is my move. I rise from the sofa. My legs are unsteady, but my purpose is clear. I pick up the book from the table. The leather bookmark is cool between my fingers. I walk to the armchair, its territory, and stop before it. The air is still. Slowly, I place the book on the seat of the chair, open to the page it had marked. I smooth the paper down with my hand. Then I retreat to the sofa, sitting on the edge, watching the empty chair. I wait. The lamp flickers, not a power surge, but a deliberate dimming and brightening, like a slow blink. The cold returns, but it is not the invasive chill from when it stood over me. It is a gentle diffusion, filling the space around the armchair. I watch, my breath caught in my throat as the pages of the book begin to turn. One by one they lift and fall as if moved by an unfelt breeze. They stop on a new page, deeper into the novel. The air grows still again. The cold lingers, but it is a comfortable cold now, a shared space. It is reading. We are reading together. I look at the chair, at the open book, and I understand the next move is not mine to make. It is simply my turn to wait and to listen. The silence is no longer empty. It is full. The minutes stretch. The only movement is the slow, deliberate turn of a page every so often, a sound like a soft sigh in the quiet room. I do not dare to move, afraid to break the spell. I watch the empty chair, the open book, and I feel a profound sense of peace settle over me, a feeling I have not known since before any of this began. It is a fragile thing, this peace, built on the impossible, but it is real. The lamp flickers again and the pages stop turning. The book lies open. The cold in the air begins to recede, pulling back like a tide, concentrating itself around the chair before fading entirely. The reading is over. I wait a long time before I rise and approach the armchair. The book is open to a passage near the end. The prose is dense, describing a long journey home. I look down at the page and my breath catches. There in the margin beside a paragraph about a character watching a distant light in a window is a faint gray smudge. It is not a word, it is not a symbol. It is a fingerprint made of what looks like ancient dust. I reach out and my fingers trace the mark. It is cold to the touch. This is its response. This is its annotation, a mark of presence, a shared point in the narrative. I leave the book as it is and go to the kitchen to make tea. The house feels different. The silence is no longer waiting. It is settled. As the kettle boils, I look at the white refrigerator door. The ceramic apple magnet is still in the center. On an impulse, I go to it and move it, not back to its old place, but an inch to the left. A tiny imperfection, a question. I return to the living room with my tea. I sit on the sofa and wait. I do not have to wait long. Within the hour, I see it. The magnet has been moved again, not back to the center and not to its original spot. It is now placed precisely in the bottom right corner of the refrigerator door, a lonely, deliberate placement. It is not a correction. It is an answer, an agreement to leave the center empty, a white space for us to share. I smile into my tea. The game has changed once more. We are no longer just cohabiting. We are collaborating. I look toward the hallway, toward the spare room, and I know that the closed door is no longer a barrier. It is simply a door. And perhaps one day, when the time is right, I will open it again, not as an intruder, but as a guest. The following evening, I stand before the closed door of the spare room. My hand rests on the cool wood. This is not a challenge. It is an invitation. I push the door open. The room is exactly as I left it, the path in the dust still clear, leading to the wardrobe. I do not step inside. Instead, I kneel in the doorway and place a small brass compass on the floor at the start of the dust-free path. It was my grandfather's. It has always pointed north. I leave it there, a token, a thing of orientation in a directionless world. I close the door until it is just ajar and go to my own room. Sleep comes more easily than it has in weeks. I dream of maps and quiet, cold places. In the morning, the compass is gone. The path in the dust remains. I feel a faint thrill of disappointment, quickly followed by understanding. It was not rejected, it was accepted. It is simply elsewhere. I find it an hour later. It is on the small table in the upstairs hallway, the one that has always been empty. The compass is centered perfectly on a white doily I didn't even know I owned. The needle, I notice, is not pointing north. It is spinning in a slow, lazy circle, refusing to settle. I leave it there. That afternoon, I am in the garden, pulling weeds from the neglected flower beds. The sun is warm on my back. For the first time, the inside of the house does not feel like the only reality. The outside world exists again. I feel the presence at the kitchen window. I do not turn to look. I can feel its observation, a silent witness to my mundane labor. It feels like companionship. When I come back inside, a single glass of water is sitting on the kitchen counter. Condensation beads on its sides. I had not poured it. I drink it. The water is colder than my refrigerator could ever make it, and it tastes like clean rain. The days continue in this new pattern, a moved object, a shared space, a silent exchange. The fear is a distant memory, replaced by a constant, low thrum of anticipation. We are building something together, a language of absence and presence. One night I am reading on the sofa when the lamp dims. I look up. The door to the spare room, visible down the hall, is open wider than I left it. A deep blue darkness pools in the doorway. This is not like before. This is a clear summons. I mark my page and close my book. I walk down the hall, my heart not pounding with terror, but beating a steady, expectant rhythm. I stop at the threshold. The room is dark, but I can see the outline of the wardrobe, its door closed. The air is frigid, but it is not hostile. It is simply its air. I take a step inside, then another, my feet finding the clear path without looking. I stand before the wardrobe. I can feel it there inside, a concentration of silence and cold. I can feel its attention on me waiting. My hand reaches out. I do not open the door. I place my palm flat against the wood. It is so cold it burns. I leave it there for a long moment, a greeting. Then I turn and walk out, leaving the door open behind me. I return to the sofa. The lamp brightens to its normal glow. I pick up my book, but I do not read. I simply sit, listening to the new, deeper silence that now includes the open door down the hall. I have entered its space. I have touched its world, and I was not turned away. The game has changed forever. We are no longer player and opponent. We are partners in the quiet. The next morning, the compass is back on the hallway table. The needle is perfectly still, pointing directly at the open door of the spare room. I follow its direction. I stand in the doorway looking at the wardrobe. Its door is still closed, but on the floor directly in front of it, the brass compass now sits. I walk the path and pick it up. The metal is warm, as if it has been held in a hand. I understand. It has given it back. A thing borrowed, now returned. I carry the compass with me throughout the day, a tangible piece of our exchange. I place it on the mantelpiece in the living room, not centered, but slightly off to the side. I am learning its aesthetic, this preference for deliberate imbalance. In the evening, I prepare 2 cups of tea. I carry them to the living room and set one on the coffee table, steam curling from its surface. I take the other and sit in my usual spot on the sofa. I do not look at the armchair. I simply wait. The steam from the second cup slows, then stops. The surface of the tea goes perfectly still. A minute later, a faint ripple moves across it, a tiny concentric circle, as if tapped by an unseen finger. I sip my own tea. The taste is ordinary, but the moment is not. Later, when I go to retrieve the cup, it is empty. Not a drop remains. I wash it carefully, feeling a sense of ritual. The following week, I bring home a new book. This one is a volume of poetry, full of white space and brief, evocative lines. I leave it on the seat of the armchair with the compass placed on its cover. The next morning, the book is on the coffee table, open to a poem about silence. The compass is gone from its cover. I find it later in the pocket of my jacket, its needle pointing steadily north once more. Our exchanges continue, a quiet rhythm that structures my days. I leave a sketch of the garden on the table. The next day, a single dead leaf from the oak tree outside is placed neatly in the center of the drawing. I play a record of classical music. The following morning, the needle is resting on a different track, a quieter, more somber adagio. The house is no longer silent. It is full of a quiet, shared life. The dread has been entirely replaced by a patient curiosity. I find myself speaking aloud sometimes, not to it but for it. I comment on the weather. I read a line of poetry from my book. The words hang in the air, and the air itself seems to listen. One afternoon, I am in the kitchen making soup. I feel the familiar cold presence near the doorway. I do not turn. The onions are browning nicely, I say, my voice sounding ordinary and strange to my own ears. I always use too much time, I think. There is no answer. There is never an answer made of sound. But a moment later, the cabinet door above me swings open slowly, just a few inches, and then stops. Inside, I can see the jars of herbs. It is not a command, it is a suggestion. I smile. You're probably right, I say, and I reach for the rosemary instead. The cabinet door closes without a sound. I stir the soup, and for the first time since I moved into this house, I do not feel alone. I feel accompanied. The loneliness I felt was not just mine. It was a void we have been filling together, word by word, object by object, in a language we are inventing every day. The story is no longer about why it is here. It is about what we will do next. The soup tastes better than any I have made before. The rosemary was the right choice. I eat at the small table in the kitchen, and I feel the cold spot settle in the chair opposite me. It does not feel like an empty chair. It feels occupied. We share the meal in silence, a comfortable, companionable silence that stretches until I finish and take my bowl to the sink. That night I do not go to my room. I take my blanket to the sofa again, but this time it is not for watching or waiting. It is because the living room feels more like a shared home than my solitary bedroom does. I leave the lamp on low and fall asleep quickly, deeply. I am woken not by a sound, but by a sensation. A pressure on the edge of the sofa near my feet, as if someone has sat down. My eyes open. The room is dim, the lamp still glowing. I do not move. I can see the indentation in the cushion, a gentle depression that holds its shape. The cold is a gentle aura around it, not unpleasant, just present. I close my eyes again. I do not pretend to sleep. I simply accept it. I feel a weight settle over my feet, a light blanket of cold that does not chill but simply rests there, a shared comfort. In the morning, the impression on the cushion is gone. The cold has dissipated, but the feeling of contact remains, a memory etched into the air. I fold my blanket and look at the sofa, our sofa. The day is bright and clear. I decide to clean the spare room, not to erase its presence, but to honor it. I take a bucket of warm water and a soft cloth. I enter the room without hesitation. The air is cool, but no longer charged with ancient dread. It feels like a room. I start by wiping the windowsill, clearing away the dust of years. The sunlight streams in, catching motes of dust that dance in the air. I feel it watching me from the corner near the wardrobe. It is a patient, observant presence. I do not speak. I work methodically, cleaning the window, the baseboards, the small, empty dresser. I leave the path to the wardrobe untouched. I leave the wardrobe itself untouched. That is its domain. I am only cleaning the parts we might share. When I am done, the room is still spare, still old, but it is clean. It feels cared for. I empty the bucket and return to find a single, fresh oak leaf on the newly cleaned windowsill. A gift, a thank you. I pick it up. The leaf is vibrant green, perfect and cool to the touch. I carry it downstairs and place it in the center of the kitchen table. That evening, I bring the poetry book into the clean spare room. I sit on the floor with my back against the wall, facing the wardrobe. I open the book and begin to read aloud. My voice is quiet at first, then grows stronger, filling the small, cold room with words about silence and space and light. I read for a long time. When I finish a poem, I pause. I turn the page only when I feel a subtle shift in the air, a slight intensification of the cold that I have come to understand means continue. We are choosing the poems together. I read until my throat is dry and the light outside the window has faded to twilight. I close the book and sit in the gathering dark. The room is full of the echoes of my voice and its attentive silence. It feels complete. I stand to leave. As I reach the doorway, I stop. I do not look back. I simply say good night. A moment passes, then from behind me comes a sound. It is not a creak of the house or a turn of a page. It is a whisper of movement, a soft exhalation of air that forms a single, unmistakable word against the back of my neck. Good night. The voice is not human. It is the sound of wind through dry leaves, of dust settling on old wood, of cold space. But it is a word. My heart does not pound with fear. It swells with a quiet, impossible joy. I continue to my room, the word echoing in my mind. It is the first word it has ever spoken. It will not be the last. Our language is growing. The story is just beginning. Story 4. The call was logged at 22:47. Upon entry, the structure was silent and all interior doors were closed. The thermostat read 72 degrees Fahrenheit. A single mug of coffee was on the nightstand, cold to the touch. The bed was made, military corners tight and precise. No personal items were out of place. A layer of dust was present on all surfaces except for the top of the nightstand and the handle of the bedroom door. The air sampler registered a 4.7% particulate concentration, primarily gypsum and skin cells. The alarm system log showed no activity for 72 hours prior. The thermostat was set to 72 degrees. The mug was ceramic, a simple off-white cylinder with a single faint stain marking its interior glaze. It held the ghost of coffee, a dark ring just below the rim. The handle was a graceful curve, and my own thumb found a perfect home within its arc, a fit so natural it felt like a handshake. The cold seeped into my skin, a deep and patient chill that spoke of hours spent waiting. There was no lipstick stain, no chip in the rim, no sentimental slogan. It was a vessel for utility, nothing more. Yet its solitude on that bare nightstand made it the loudest object in the room. The dust was a soft gray blanket, a testament to stillness. It coated the top of the dresser, the television screen, the baseboards, turning the sharp edges of the room gentle and vague. It was a record of time passing without interruption. But on the nightstand, a perfect circle of clean, dark wood surrounded the mug-s base, and on the bedroom door handle, a patch of the brass gleamed, polished by recent, repeated contact. The dust was a story of absence, but those two clean spaces were paragraphs missing from the middle of the tale. The bed was a lesson in geometry. The sheets were pulled drum-tight, the corners folded with an aggressive precision that seemed to resent the very softness of the fabric. It was a bed that refused the concept of rest. I could not picture a body in it, could not imagine the wrinkles and depressions that sleep inevitably leaves behind. This was not a place for dreams. It was a display, a presentation of order so absolute it felt like a dare. It was the bed of someone who had already made up their mind. The thermostat was a simple digital model, its green numbers a quiet hum in the hallway. 72, a reasonable number, a comfortable number. I adjusted my own home-s thermostat to 74 in the winter, a concession to an old draft I could never quite locate. 72 seemed efficient, unemotional. But when I pressed the menu button, the programming history told a different story. For the past 3 months, the temperature had been set to drop to 68 degrees at 11:00 p.m. every night, a nightly ritual of coolness, and to return to 72 at 6:00 a.m., a cycle of control, a rhythm of comfort and its deliberate withdrawal. The current setting, a constant 72, was a break in the pattern. The routine had been interrupted. The silence was not true silence. It was the low hum of the refrigerator, the faint rush of air through the vents, the subconscious pressure of a contained space. It was the kind of silence that follows a question too large to be answered. I found myself listening for the things that were not there, the creak of a floorboard under a shifting weight, the sigh of a mattress, the click of that same bedroom door handle opening and closing. The silence was a presence, and it was listening back. The smell was the hardest thing to categorize. The air sampler gave it a number 4.7%, a clinical reduction of a sensory truth. It was the smell of a vacuum cleaner bag of spent air, dry, ancient, but beneath that a thread of something else, a scent like ozone after a lightning strike, or the clean metallic tang of a newly opened can of coffee. It was the smell of something that had happened very fast and then been sealed away for a very long time. The closet was a shock of color in a monochrome world. Inside, garments hung in orderly rows, but they were not the neutral tones I expected from the rest of the room. There were deep reds, vibrant blues, a dress the color of a sunflower. The fabrics were soft and inviting. This was not the wardrobe of the person who made that bed. This was a hidden life, a secret identity kept behind a closed door. The sleeves of a deep green sweater seemed to hold the memory of shape, as if the one who wore it had only just slipped out of it. The bathroom sink was bone dry, its white porcelain spotless. I ran a finger along the curve of the drain. Nothing, not a drop of moisture, but tucked behind the cold water tap, almost invisible, was a single strand of hair. Long, dark, it coiled against the chrome like a forgotten question. It did not match the short, practical gray strands caught in the hairbrush on the counter. It was a visitor, an anomaly, a single thread out of place in a tapestry of perfect order. The garbage can in the kitchen was lined with a fresh bag, white and empty, its plastic smell still new. It was an erasure, but in the recycling bin, amidst the neat stack of rinsed cans and flattened boxes, was a single piece of paper. It was a receipt from a diner I knew 120 miles south on the old highway, the kind of place with sticky vinyl booths and coffee that tastes like pennies. The time stamp was blurred. The items purchased were just coffee, coffee, coffee. 3 of them. The total was for 3 cups of coffee. The receipt was dated the day the alarm system log claimed no one had come or gone. The back door was painted a dull, weather-beaten green. Its lock was a simple deadbolt unconnected to the alarm system. I had checked it upon entry, found it locked, but now in the full light of afternoon I saw what I had missed. On the painted sill just below the lock were 2-minute parallel scratches in the paint, fresh and bright against the faded color. They were the kind of marks a thin, rigid tool might make when slipped between the door and the frame, a gentle persuasion against a stubborn lock, a point of entry that would leave no digital trace. The coffee machine on the kitchen counter was a modern device, all black plastic and digital readouts. Its water reservoir was full. Its clock was blinking 12:00 over and over, a silent scream that it had lost power and no one had been there to reset it. I pressed the brew button. Nothing happened. It was unplugged. The cord was coiled neatly behind it, its plug resting on the countertop. A machine rendered inert, a process deliberately halted. The landline telephone sat on a small table in the hall, its keypad faded from use. I hit the redial button. The electronic voice that answered was cheerful and automated, thanking me for calling the pharmacy, reminding me that a prescription was ready for pickup. The message identified the patient. It was a name I knew, the name of the person who lived here. The call had been made 72 hours ago. The last activity on the alarm system log was also 72 hours ago. The last cup of coffee was poured around the same time, a confluence of endings. My own reflection appeared in the dark glass of the television screen. I saw my uniform, my serious face, the official badge that granted me access to these silent stories. But superimposed over my image was the room behind me, the perfect bed, the cold mug, the dust. For a moment my reflection seemed to be a part of the display, another object in the collection, another detail to be catalogued and measured. I was inside the story, and the story was inside me, and the line between observer and participant felt as thin and as cold as the air in the room. The final detail was the thermostat again. I stood before it, watching the number hold steady at 72. A perfect, constant, reasonable temperature, but I knew now it was a lie. It was a performance of normalcy maintained by a mechanism that no longer had anyone to perform for. The programmed memory of the nightly coolness, the intended withdrawal of comfort, was still there, buried in its circuitry. It was waiting for a command that would never come, for a hand to reset it to a rhythm that had been permanently broken. The number was a fact, but it was not the truth. The truth was in the memory of the chill and in the unwavering, artificial warmth that had replaced it. I reached out and pressed the menu button on the thermostat again, scrolling past the temperature history to the other settings. The humidity control was set to maintain 45%. The fan was set to auto. But there was another menu, a sub-menu for vacation holds and energy savings. I selected it. The screen changed. Vacation hold off. The date for the hold to end was set for tomorrow. Someone had intended to return, or someone had wanted it to appear that way. The constant 72 degrees was not a broken routine after all. It was part of a different plan, a command to maintain a specific environment until a specific time. The house was not abandoned. It was waiting. The silence shifted then, not in sound, but in meaning. This was not the silence of absence, but of pause. The air felt different in my lungs, charged with intention. I looked back at the living room, at the perfect geometry of the space, and saw it not as a display of order, but as a stage set. Every object was a prop. The cold coffee mug was a piece of scenery. The bed, made with such brutal precision, was a statement meant for an audience of one. I walked back to the bedroom and stood over the nightstand. My thumb found the curve of the mug-S handle again, the cold now feeling less like neglect and more like a calculated effect. I looked at the clean circle on the dusty wood. It wasn't that the mug had been placed there recently. It was that it had never been moved. It was a permanent fixture in this performance. The dust was the only thing that was real, the only thing that spoke of actual time passing. The gleam on the door handle caught the light. Recent, repeated contact. But by whom? The occupant in their final hours, moving with a new, frantic purpose. Or by someone else, someone who knew the routines, who knew the alarm codes, who knew about the back door and the unmonitored lock. I returned to the kitchen and stared at the unplugged coffee machine, a process deliberately halted. I followed the cord with my eyes down to where the plug lay on the counter. Next to it, almost hidden by the coiled black wire, was a single, tiny shard of white ceramic. I knelt down. It was from a mug, a match to the one in the bedroom. I scanned the floor, the counters, the sink. There were no other pieces, just this one, a sharp, broken secret lying beside the proof of a disconnected machine. The narrative was rearranging itself in my mind, the paragraphs of the story shifting into a new and darker order. The hidden wardrobe of color, the strand of dark hair, the diner receipt for 3 coffees, the scratched door sill. They were not just anomalies, they were connections. They were the outline of a second person in the story, a ghost in the machine of this perfectly ordered life. The prescription, the thought arrived fully formed. I went back to the hallway and picked up the phone. I listened to the cheerful pharmacy message again, noting the address. It was on the other side of town. I looked at the clock on the microwave, still blinking 12:00. My shift had hours left, time enough to take a drive, to ask a few questions about the prescription that was ready and had been ready for 72 hours. I took one last look around. The house was no longer just a scene. It was a clock that had stopped at the precise moment something went wrong. The constant 72 degrees, the waiting vacation hold, the unplugged machine, the single shard of ceramic, they were all ticks of that clock, counting down to an event that had already happened. I closed the front door behind me, the lock clicking into place with a sound that was both final and incomplete. The story wasn't here anymore. The next chapter was 20 miles away, in a pharmacy with a cheerful automated message, and in a diner where the coffee tasted like pennies. The car engine turned over with a subdued rumble, a sound that felt too loud for the quiet street. I left the neighborhood of perfectly manicured lawns and silent houses behind, each one a sealed box holding its own secrets. The main road was a river of mundane afternoon traffic, people running errands, going home from work, living lives that were messy and present and real. My mind stayed in that still, dust-covered house, tracing the edges of the performance I had witnessed. The pharmacy was in a strip mall, sandwiched between a dry cleaner and a cell phone store. The automatic doors hissed open, releasing a blast of artificially chilled air that smelled of antiseptic and perfume. The fluorescent lights were unforgiving. I approached the counter where a woman in a white coat was typing intently at a computer. I showed her my badge and gave her the name. Her efficient smile faded, replaced by a look of professional concern. She turned to her screen, her fingers tapping on the keyboard. "Yes," she said, "it's been ready. We've called a few times. It's an important medication." She looked back at me, her eyes searching mine for context I wasn't ready to give. "What is it for?" I asked, my voice low. She hesitated, glancing at the screen again. "I can't really discuss a patient," she began, but then she stopped, reading something in my expression. She leaned forward slightly, lowering her voice. "It's a weekly injectable for a chronic condition. If he's missed a dose, well, it's not something you can just stop." "Did he usually pick it up on time?" I asked. "Like clockwork," she said, and the word felt heavy, significant. "Every Friday afternoon. He hasn't missed in the 2 years I've been here." I thanked her and left the prescription there, a small box of vital importance that was now evidence of a broken routine. Back in the car, I sat for a moment, the weight of the pharmacist's words settling in. A chronic condition, a medication that couldn't be stopped. The person in that house was meticulous, a creature of habit. They would not have simply forgotten. The diner was a 20-mile drive down the old highway, a journey through fading light and stretches of empty fields. The building was exactly as I had pictured it, a long, low structure with a neon sign that buzzed faintly, spelling out "Eat" in flickering pink tubes. The windows were steamy from the inside. The bell above the door jangled as I entered. The air was thick with the smell of grease, coffee, and fried onions. A few patrons sat in booths, hunched over plates of food. I took a seat at the counter, on a vinyl stool that crackled under my weight. A waitress with a tired smile and a coffee pot permanently in her hand came over. "Just coffee?" she asked, already turning my cup right side up. "Actually," I said, pulling out the receipt and showing it to her, "I was wondering if you remember this order. 3 coffees, probably from a few days ago." She squinted at the faded paper, then looked back at me, her expression guarded. "Lotta coffee gets sold here, hun." "I know, but 3 all at once, to go I assume." I kept my voice easy, non-confrontational. She wiped the counter with a cloth, her movements slow and deliberate. She was deciding whether to remember. "Maybe," she said finally. "There was a guy, late afternoon, quiet, paid in cash, ordered 3 black coffees. I remember because I asked if he wanted a carrier and he said no, he had it. Seemed like an odd thing to say." "Did you see what he did with them?" I asked. She shook her head. Nope, just took the cups and walked out, put 'em right on the passenger seat of his car and drove off. She paused, her eyes drifting to the door as if she could still see him. Old sedan, tan color I think, pretty sure it had a rental sticker on the back bumper. A rental car, the pieces, disparate and puzzling, began to grind against each other. The occupant of the house drove a sensible sedan, but it was dark blue and parked in the garage. I had checked the registration. A rental car suggested a visitor, someone who didn't want to use their own vehicle. I finished the coffee, which did indeed taste faintly of pennies, and left cash on the counter. The night had fully fallen by the time I stepped back outside. The diner's neon sign reflected in puddles on the asphalt. 3 coffees, one for him, one for her, and one for who? The third person in the car, or was the third cup meant for the house, for the next day, a cup that was never poured because the machine was unplugged and the mug was left to go cold? The story was no longer about a single missing person. It was about an intersection. A planned meeting, a rental car, a third coffee, a broken mug, and a vital prescription left to gather dust on a pharmacy shelf. I started the car, the headlights cutting 2 white paths through the darkness, pointing me back toward the silent, waiting house. I knew I had to go back. I had to look at that single shard of ceramic again, and this time I had to find the rest of the broken cup. The drive back was a tunnel through the night, my thoughts racing ahead of the car. The house was dark when I returned, a deeper black against the charcoal sky. I used my key again, the lock turning with a thunk that seemed to echo in the empty street. The air inside was exactly as I had left it, a constant 72 degrees that now felt like a taunt. I went straight to the kitchen, my flashlight beam cutting a swath through the gloom. I dropped to my knees on the cool linoleum, the beam probing the narrow gap between the floor and the kickboard of the cabinets. Nothing but dust bunnies and the ghost of old spills. I moved to the garbage disposal, shining the light into its dark mouth, but it was clean. Then I saw it. The toe kick under the refrigerator was a single, removable panel. I hooked my fingers into a slight groove and pulled. It came away with a soft sigh, revealing a cavern of shadows and coiled dust. I swept the flashlight beam across the collected debris, a petrified pea, a bottle cap, a twist tie. And there, nestled against the cold condenser coils, were the rest of the pieces. I carefully fished them out, laying them on the floor like the fragments of a shattered egg. They were large, curved shards of the same white ceramic. I pieced them together in my mind. It was a complete mug, or nearly so. One piece was missing the handle, the one I had found on the counter. This wasn't a mug that had been knocked over in a moment of passion or accident. This was a methodical destruction. The body of the mug had been broken apart and then hidden, while the handle was left out. A cold piece of evidence on the counter next to the unplugged machine. Someone had taken the time to do this, to clean up the main evidence but leave one clue, a signature or a message. A low, mechanical groan suddenly cut through the silence. I froze, my hand going to my sidearm. The sound came again, a deep hum followed by a gurgle. It was the pipes. The water heater, triggered by some pre-programmed timer, had kicked on. The sound was normal, domestic, but in the absolute quiet of the house, it was as startling as a gunshot. In the wake of the noise, a new sound emerged, a faint, rhythmic drip. It came from the bathroom. I stood and walked slowly down the hall, my footsteps silent on the carpet. The bathroom door was ajar. I pushed it open. The drip was coming from the faucet. A single drop of water welled from the spout, grew heavy and fell, hitting the dry porcelain of the sink with a sharp, lonely plink. Then another. The pipes, refilling and pressurizing, had dislodged a tiny pocket of air or sediment. The sink was no longer bone dry. The house was coming alive around me, performing its functions long after its audience had departed. The drip was a tiny, ticking clock marking time in a room where time had stopped. I watched it fall, each drop a period at the end of a sentence I was only beginning to read. I reached down and touched the damp spot in the sink, my finger coming away wet. The water was real. It was happening now. The house, with its programmed memories and automated systems, was still functioning on a schedule its owner no longer needed. It was a puppet show without a puppeteer, the strings still moving on their own. My eyes traveled from the dripping faucet to the medicine cabinet. Its mirrored door was slightly ajar. I hadn't noticed that before. I pulled it open. The shelves were a testament to that meticulous order: aspirin, dental floss, band-aids, all lined up with military precision. But on the bottom shelf, pushed to the back, was a small, rectangular box. It was for the weekly injectable medication the pharmacist had described. It was empty. Next to the box was a Sharps container, also empty. It should not have been empty. If the prescription was ready for pickup and had been for days, then the previous dose should have been administered, the used syringe disposed of in this container. Its emptiness was louder than any alarm. The medication had been stopped before the last dose was due. I closed the cabinet and my reflection fractured in the mirrored door, a dozen fragmented cops staring back at me, each one trapped in a piece of the story. The drip, drip, drip from the faucet was a maddening metronome. I had to shut it off. I reached for the handles, but my hand froze midway. The cold water handle was ever so slightly loose. I tried to turn it, to tighten it and stop the drip, but it spun uselessly. The washer inside was stripped. This wasn't a new leak. This was a long-standing minor flaw in an otherwise perfect system. A flaw someone had lived with. A flaw that had started dripping again now that the house was silent enough to hear it. I left the bathroom, the drip following me like a sound effect in a bad dream. I walked back into the living room, my gaze sweeping over the staged perfection. The vacation hold on the thermostat, the hidden shards of the mug, the empty Sharps container, the 3 coffees. They were all points on a map, and I was standing at its center. I looked at the television screen, my reflection darker now against the black glass, and then I saw it, a faint, greasy smudge on the lower right corner of the screen. A fingerprint. I moved closer, angling my head. It was a partial but clear, and it was recent. The dust around it was disturbed. I pulled a small evidence kit from my belt, my hands moving on autopilot. I dusted the print, lifted it with tape, and secured it on a card. It was a long shot, but it was a physical trace of someone who had been here, someone who had touched this screen after the dust had begun to settle. A quiet click echoed from the back of the house. It was the sound of the deadbolt on the back door turning. The sound was unmistakable, a solid metallic thunk of a lock engaging. I hadn't touched it. I stood perfectly still, my hand on my sidearm, listening to the absolute silence that followed. The house had just locked itself, or something in its programming had finally cycled over, a command from a thermostat that believed tomorrow was the end of a vacation. The waiting was over. The house thought its owner was coming home. But I was the only one here. The thought was cold and absolute. The print on the screen, the locked door, the dripping faucet, they were all clues in a story that was still being written, and I was no longer just reading it. I had become a character. The lights in the hallway flickered once, then died, plunging me into a darkness that was as deep and as silent as a grave. The power was out. The vacation hold had ended, and the house had gone to sleep for real. In the perfect black silence, I heard the soft, mechanical whisper of the thermostat resetting itself back to its default program. I was locked in with the truth, and the truth had just turned out the lights. The darkness was total, a physical weight against my eyes. I held my breath, listening. The drip from the bathroom had stopped, silenced by the loss of water pressure. The only sound was the frantic drum of my own heart in my ears. My hand found the flashlight on my belt, and I clicked it on. The beam was a frail, trembling lance in the overwhelming black, illuminating dust motes dancing in a panic. I moved slowly, the beam sweeping ahead of me toward the front of the house. The front door was my only way out now, unless I wanted to break a window. The click of the deadbolt had come from the back, but I had to be sure. I reached the door and tried the handle. It was locked fast. The automatic deadbolt had engaged on this door, too. I was sealed in. The house was no longer a crime scene. It was a trap. I turned, the flashlight beam cutting a shaky path across the living room. Every shadow seemed to hold a new shape, a new threat. The geometric perfection of the room was now a maze of sharp angles and deep darkness. I needed to get to the breaker panel. It was my only way to regain control. I remembered the layout from my earlier suite. The panel was in the garage. I moved down the hallway, my back to the wall, toward the door that connected the house to the garage. The knob turned freely in my hand. I pushed the door open, revealing the deeper darkness of the two-car space. My beam found the gray metal panel on the far wall. I crossed the concrete floor, my footsteps echoing. I pulled the panel door open. The switches were all in the off position, every single one. That wasn't right. A power outage would not throw every individual breaker. Someone had manually switched them off recently. A soft scuffing sound came from behind me, back in the house. I spun around, shining the light back through the open doorway into the dark hall. Nothing moved. The sound had been faint, like a shoe on carpet, or like a door being closed very, very carefully. I was not alone. The realization was a cold flood in my veins. The locked doors, the cut power, it wasn't an automated function. It was a tactic. Someone was here with me, someone who knew the house, who had been waiting. The ghost in the machine had a physical form. I drew my weapon, the click of the safety sounding obscenely loud. I moved back toward the doorway, pausing at the threshold to listen. The silence was back, a held breath. I stepped through into the hallway, sweeping the beam left and right, empty. Then a new sound began, a low electronic hum from the kitchen. It was the refrigerator, its compressor shuddering back to life. The power was back on. In the same instant, the hallway lights flickered and blazed to life, blinding me after the absolute dark. I flinched, raising a hand against the sudden glare. The lights were on, but the house was still a trap. Whoever was here had just turned the power back on. They were playing with me. They wanted me to see. I stood there exposed in the bright hallway, my weapon held ready, listening for the next move in a game I didn't understand. The air conditioning whirred on, blowing a stream of 72-degree air down the hall. The house was wide awake now, every system humming, a stage set for a confrontation that had been waiting to happen for days. The performance was entering its final act, and I had a front row seat. The footsteps came again, this time from the living room. They were slow, deliberate, and unconcerned with stealth. I tightened my grip on my weapon and stepped forward, turning the corner. A man stood by the television, his back to me. He was tall, wearing a dark jacket, and his hands were at his sides, empty. He didn't turn around. I wondered how long it would take for someone to come back, he said. His voice was calm, almost conversational, and it filled the quiet room. The coffee was a nice touch, a little obvious but effective. "Turn around slowly," I commanded, my own voice steady despite the adrenaline coursing through me. "Keep your hands where I can see them." He did as he was told, moving with a relaxed, almost weary grace. His face was in shadow for a moment before he turned fully into the light. He was older than I expected, with sharp, intelligent eyes that held no fear, only a deep and calculating exhaustion. He looked at the gun in my hand as if it were a mildly interesting paperweight. "You're not him," he stated, more to himself than to me. "Who am I not?" I asked. "The owner, the man who lives here. I thought you might be him, finally coming back to check on his masterpiece." He gestured vaguely at the room around us. "But you're police, I can see that now." "Who are you?" I asked, keeping the gun level. "A concerned party," he said. He took a small step toward the kitchen, and I shifted my aim slightly, a silent warning. He stopped and offered a thin, humorless smile. "I'm the one who left the door unlocked for you. I've been watching this place for a week. I saw you go in the first time. I knew you'd be back." "The mug," I said, "the handle on the counter, that was you." He nodded once, a breadcrumb. I needed someone to see the story, not the one he wanted to tell, the real one. He looked past me down the hall toward the bathroom, and his expression changed, the cool detachment finally cracking to reveal a sliver of raw pain. "The medication, did you find it, the prescription?" "It's still at the pharmacy," I said. He missed his dose. "He didn't miss it," the man said, his voice dropping to a near whisper. "He chose to stop. That was the point of all this, the final performance. He called it the quiet exit." He took a deep breath as if steadying himself. He was my brother, the chronic condition. It wasn't physical. It was a chemical maintenance of a reality he never really believed in. This house, this routine, this perfect, ordered life, it was his cage. The medication kept him compliant inside of it. He decided he wanted to feel real again just once before he left, so he stopped, and he planned this. He looked around the room again, but now I saw it through his eyes. Not a home, but a set. A stage for a solitary, devastating play. "The 3 coffees," I asked, though I was starting to understand. "One for him, one for our sister who passed away 10 years ago, and one for me," he said. "He called me that afternoon, told me what he was doing. He asked me to come to be part of it. I refused. I told him it was a sickness talking. I hung up on him." The man's composure finally broke, and he looked down at the perfectly vacuumed carpet. "By the time I changed my mind, it was too late. He was gone. He left everything exactly as you see it. A perfect snapshot of a life he was walking away from. The broken mug was his last act before he left the stage. A symbol. He was shattered, but he was finally free." "And you've been waiting here for him to come back," I finished, the pieces locking into a tragic, awful place. "I was hoping I was wrong," he said, his voice thick. "I was hoping the pull of his old life, the routine, would be too strong, that he'd need his medication and come back for it, but he didn't. He's really gone." The house seemed to sigh around us, the air conditioning clicking off, leaving us in a silence that was no longer threatening, but profoundly sad. I lowered my weapon. The mystery was solved, but there was no victory in it. Only the bleak image of a man so desperate for authenticity that he had to meticulously falsify his own disappearance to achieve it. The man looked at me, his eyes clear again. "So, officer," he said, "what do we do now? The performance is over. The audience has gone home." I holstered my weapon. The click of the latch was a quiet full stop to the confrontation. There was no criminal here to apprehend, only a man drowning in a grief I couldn't possibly arrest. "We go to the station," I said, my voice softer than it had been. "We file a missing persons report, the real one." He gave a slow, weary nod. "And this?" he asked, gesturing to the immaculate, hollowed-out stage his brother had built. "It's just a house now," I said. "The show's over." I walked to the front door and disengaged the deadbolt. The mechanism thudded softly. The door swung open, letting in the humid night air. It felt real. It smelled of rain and earth, a stark contrast to the recycled, climate-controlled stillness inside. He followed me out onto the front step, a free man walking into a prison of his own guilt. He didn't look back at the house. I did. In the glow of the porch light, I saw it all for what it was. A beautiful, terrible lie. A still life of a life that had become unbearable. The 3 empty coffee mugs were not evidence of a struggle or a meeting. They were props in a one-man play about loneliness. The broken cup was the climax, the uncollected prescription, the final curtain. I pulled the door closed, the lock engaged with a definitive click. I took out my notepad, the pages blank and waiting for the truth. The real story wouldn't fit into any standard report. It was a story about the quiet, desperate things people do when they believe no one is watching, and the louder, more desperate things they do when they hope, finally, that someone is. "Let's go," I said to the brother. We walked toward my car, the only 2 people in the world who knew the performance had ever happened. The night felt heavier now, full of a sadness that no amount of perfectly programmed 72-degree air could ever hope to cool. I started the engine, and the headlights cut through the dark once more, not pointing toward answers anymore, but simply toward the long, quiet road ahead. The rain began to fall just as I pulled away from the curb, a fine mist that blurred the windows and turned the streetlights into hazy halos. The rhythmic swipe of the wipers was the only sound in the car for the first few blocks. The man in the passenger seat, whose name I now knew was Arthur, stared straight ahead, his profile a stark cutout against the passing night. "He always hated the rain," Arthur said, his voice barely louder than the whisper of the tires on the wet pavement. Said it was disorderly, unpredictable. It messed up his schedule, kept him from his walk. He gave a short, hollow laugh. I guess he got the last clear day he wanted. I didn't know what to say to that, so I drove, giving him the space of the silence. The police station was a 15-minute ride away, a journey that felt both too short and impossibly long. "He wasn't always like that, you know," Arthur continued, as if we were in the middle of a conversation. "When we were kids, he was the one who would jump in the biggest puddles. He'd come home soaked to the bone, laughing. Our mother would scold him and he'd just smile. That smile," Arthur trailed off, watching the water stream down his window. "The medication took that. It smoothed out the highs, but it also filled in the lows until everything was just flat, level, perfect. He called it his internal climate control." I thought of the thermostat in the house, holding its perfect, artificial 72 degrees. The analogy was painfully exact. "We'll find him, Arthur," I said, the words sounding inadequate even as I said them. "We'll put out a bulletin, check hospitals, shelters." Arthur turned his head slowly to look at me. In the dim light from the dashboard, his eyes were ancient. "Will you? Or will you just file the report and wait for a body to turn up? That's what usually happens, isn't it?" The professional part of me wanted to argue, to recite the procedure and the percentages. The human part of me remained silent. He wasn't wrong. The world is full of missing people who don't want to be found, and most of their stories end the same quiet way. "I have to try," was all I could offer. He nodded, accepting this not as a comfort, but as a fact. "I know, it's what you do, it's your routine." He said the word without malice, but it hung in the air between us, another performance, another role to play. The station house came into view, a block of yellow light in the rainy dark. I pulled into the lot and put the car in park, but neither of us moved to get out immediately. The engine ticked as it cooled. "I keep thinking about that last cup," Arthur said. "The one he left for me on the counter. I wasn't there to drink it. He sat in that perfect room, having his perfect final coffee, and he drank mine too. He had to, because I wasn't there." The guilt was a live thing in the car with us, thick and suffocating. There was no absolution I could give him. Some debts can't be paid by anyone else. "We should go in," I said gently. He finally unclipped his seatbelt. "Yes," he sighed, "let's go get the real ending written." We stepped out into the rain and he didn't flinch from it. He tilted his face up for a second, letting the cold drops hit his skin, and for a moment he looked just like the brother he described, the one who wasn't afraid of a little disorder, the one who knew how to laugh. Then the moment passed and he was just a tired, sad man again, following me toward the bright, fluorescent lights, ready to officially become a character in his brother's story. The fluorescent lights of the station hummed overhead, a sterile, buzzing contrast to the quiet dread of the house we'd left behind. The air smelled of stale coffee and industrial cleaner. I led Arthur to a desk in the bullpen, pulling out a chair for him before sitting down myself. The missing persons form was a familiar template on my computer screen, a series of blank fields waiting to be filled with a life. I started with the basics. Name, David Edward Colville. Age, 42. Height, weight, hair. Eyes, I asked the questions, and Arthur answered in a flat, monotone voice, each fact a stone dropped into a deep well. "Do you have a recent photograph?" I asked. Arthur nodded, pulling out his wallet. His hands trembled slightly as he extracted a small, square photograph protected by a plastic sleeve. He handed it to me. It showed two men standing in front of a lake, squinting in the sunlight. Arthur had his arm around his brother, who was offering a small, tight smile to the camera. It wasn't the laugh Arthur had described, but it was something. It was human. "This is from 6 months ago," Arthur said. "It was the last time we saw each other." I scanned the photo and attached the digital copy to the file. The act felt both necessary and utterly futile. I moved on to the description of clothing, the last known outfit. Arthur's answers became slower, more strained. He was wearing khaki pants, a blue button-down shirt, brown leather shoes. He closed his eyes, picturing it. His watch, a simple silver watch, our father's. I typed it all in. Each detail built a ghost on the screen, a man defined by his possessions and his physicality, not by the immense, silent struggle that had defined his final days. Then we got to the last field, circumstances of disappearance. The cursor blinked, demanding a story where there was only a void. I looked at Arthur. "What would you like me to put?" He held my gaze, his eyes glistening under the harsh lights. "The truth," he whispered, "please." So I began to type. I wrote about the planned cessation of medication. I described the staged scene in the house, the 3 coffees, the single broken cup. I called it a voluntary disappearance motivated by a documented mental health condition. I made sure to note that he was not considered a danger to anyone but himself. I wrote the report his brother needed, the one that treated David's actions not as a crime, but as a tragedy. When I finished, I turned the screen so Arthur could read it. He leaned forward, his eyes scanning the words slowly. When he was done, he let out a long, shaky breath. He didn't speak, but he gave one firm, grateful nod. I submitted the file. The system processed it with a soft chime, and just like that, David Colville was officially, bureaucratically missing. "I'll call you if anything comes up," I said, handing Arthur my card. "Anything at all." He took the card, staring at it as if it were a foreign object. "What happens now?" he asked. "Now," I said, "you go home, you try to sleep, we do our job." He stood up, looking lost and small in the bright, busy room. I walked him to the front doors. The rain was still falling, a steady, soaking drizzle. He paused on the threshold, hesitating before stepping back out into the messy, unpredictable world. "Thank you, detective," he said. for listening, for saying it. I just nodded. There was nothing else to say. He turned up his collar and walked out into the rain, disappearing into the night without looking back. I returned to my desk. The screen had gone dark. I tapped a key, and David Colville's face reappeared, his small, tight smile frozen in digital perpetuity. I opened a new file, my own personal notes this time. I began to write, not for a report, but for myself, trying to capture the echo of a man who had so carefully arranged his own vanishing act. The rain streaked down the windows of the station, blurring the world outside into a watercolor of grays and blacks, a perfect picture of everything we couldn't see clearly and might never understand. Story 5. The only sound in the room was the low hum of the refrigerator, a constant companion to my late-night reading. Then my personal phone buzzed against the wooden side table, a harsh vibration that made me jump. I picked it up, the screen glowing too brightly in the dark, and felt a cold dread slide down my spine. The caller ID displayed a number I knew by heart, a number that hadn't been able to call anyone for over a year. It was my own, from the phone that was shattered and buried with its owner. And it was still ringing. My first thought was a sick joke. It had to be. Somebody had found a way to spoof the number, to dig up that particular piece of the past to torment me. It was the only explanation that made any sense. The police had been very clear. The phone was found at the scene, its screen a spiderweb of cracks, crushed under the weight of a struggle that was, by all accounts, brief and brutal. It was evidence. It was buried. It was gone. This was just a cruel trick, a wrong-numbered glitch in some server farm 1,000 miles away. I let it go to voicemail. The silence that returned felt heavier than before, the hum of the refrigerator now sounding like a held breath. I told myself that was the end of it. I repeated it like a mantra, a prank, a glitch, but a part of me, the part that had cataloged every detail of that night with the desperate precision of a survivor, knew that number was not just a sequence of digits. It was a secret handshake, a shared language between two people. It was the number we used for everything, the one we'd gotten together on a plan so old it felt like a relic. No one else would think to use that specific number to get to me. They would use the other one, the public one. This was personal. This was intimate. The first crack appeared a day later, not with a sound, but with a smell. I was cleaning out a closet, trying to busy my hands, when I moved a box of old linens. Beneath it was a faint, almost imperceptible scent. It was his cologne. That specific, clean scent he always wore, the one I had bought for him one birthday, the one that had clung to his sweaters and the passenger seat headrest of my car. The bottle had been disposed of months ago. I had made sure of it. The smell was so vivid, so present, it stopped me cold. I told myself it was memory, a powerful sense triggered by anxiety. My mind was playing tricks, but the air in that closet was still, and the scent felt fresh, as if someone had just walked by. I began to revisit that last night, not with the calm certainty I had held for so long, but with new, suspicious eyes. I had always pictured it so clearly. The argument, the slammed door, the phone call I received an hour later from a neighbor, their voice tight with alarm, the rush over there, the open door, the silence. The way the lamp was knocked over, its ceramic base shattered, the phone on the floor, screen dark and broken. The official story was a break-in, an interrupted burglary that turned violent. It was clean, simple, tragic. It allowed for grief without complication. But now other details surfaced, the argument itself. It was about a missed appointment, something trivial in the grand scheme of things, but it had felt so intensely important in the moment. I remembered the heat in my own chest, the sharpness of my words. I had replayed those words for a year, torturing myself with their finality, but now I tried to remember his. His tone hadn't been just angry. It had been frustrated, yes, but there was something else underneath, a weariness. A resignation, as if he were having a different conversation entirely. one eye wasn't privy to. And the neighbor call, they said they heard a commotion, a crash, and then silence. They called me before they called anyone else. Why? Was that the normal order of things? Wouldn't he one call for help first? I had never questioned it before. I was just grateful they had thought to call me. But now it felt odd, like a stitch out of place in a familiar tapestry. The phone rang again a week later, same number. In the middle of the day, I answered it this time, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. I didn't speak. I just held the receiver to my ear, listening to the hollow silence on the other end. It wasn't a dead line. It was the silence of a held breath, of someone else listening back. I could almost feel a presence in that void. Then a click, and the dial tone returned, a flat, mundane sound that was somehow more terrifying than the silence. Suspicion is a poison. It doesn't just flow in one direction. It seeps into everything, coloring every memory, every relationship. I started to look at everyone differently. The neighbor who found them. Were they a little too helpful, a little too present in the aftermath? The investigators. Had they been too quick to settle on the burglary theory? Was it all just a little too neat, too convenient? My own reflection in the mirror began to look unfamiliar. Had my anger that night been more than just words? The memory of slamming the door felt different now. It felt like an act of violence. I had left in a rage. What if I had come back? I drove past the old apartment. A new family lived there now. A bicycle with training wheels lay on its side in the driveway. It looked peaceful, normal, but the sight of it made my skin crawl. That phone was buried. I had seen the evidence bag myself. It was a tangible thing, broken and gone, yet it kept calling. Things that are buried are supposed to stay buried. The final call came last night. The screen glowed with that impossible number. This time there was no silence. There was a sound, faint but unmistakable. It was the sound of breathing, slow, even, and familiar. A rhythm I would know anywhere. A rhythm I had listened to on 1,000 nights, lying in the dark next to him. It was the sound of a living person. And then it was gone. The line went dead. I sat there in the consuming quiet of my own home, the hum of the refrigerator my only companion. I am certain of what I heard. I am also certain that what I heard is impossible. The two certainties exist inside me now, grinding against each other. One truth must be a lie. Either the phone was never really in that evidence bag, meaning the entire story of that night is a carefully constructed fiction I was fed, or the call was real and something else, something far more unthinkable, was buried in their place. I don't know which possibility frightens me more. All I know is that the story I believed, the solid ground I've been standing on for over a year, has crumbled to dust beneath my feet. And the only person who has the answers is the one person I can no longer ask. I didn't sleep. I sat in the same chair until the sun came up, the phone clutched in my hand like a stone. The sound of that breathing played on a loop in my mind, a haunting recording I couldn't pause. With the dawn came a desperate, clear-headed recklessness. The ground was gone, so I had nothing left to lose. I drove to the one place I had avoided for months, the place that held the official version of the truth. The police station was all fluorescent lights and scuffed linoleum, a world away from the intimate terror of my living room. I asked for Detective Miller, the man who had handled the case. He remembered me. His handshake was firm, his expression a practiced blend of sympathy and professionalism. I didn't mention the calls. I knew how it would sound. Instead, I told him I was having trouble moving on, that some details felt unresolved. I asked, my voice barely a whisper, if I could see the evidence log, just to have closure, just to see it listed, to make it real for me. He was hesitant, citing protocol, but a year of watching me grieve must have softened him. He left me in a small, windowless room with a thick binder. My hands trembled as I turned the plastic-sleeved pages. Receipts, photographs of the scene, the report on the lamp that was deemed the weapon. And then I found it, the evidence entry for the personal effects recovered from the body. Item 14B1 cellular phone, black, model iPhone X, severe screen damage. It was there, it was logged, it was real. A wave of cold relief washed over me, followed immediately by a deeper, more profound terror. If the phone was evidence, then the calls were impossible. The breathing was impossible. I was losing my mind. The grief had finally broken something essential inside me. I thanked the detective, my voice hollow, and walked out into the blinding morning sun, more lost than ever. I got into my car but didn't start the engine. I just sat there watching people go about their normal lives. The contradiction was a physical weight on my chest. The log was proof, but my ears were proof too. I had heard him. Then my current phone, the one in my hand, buzzed. Not a call, a text message. It was from an unknown number. The words on the screen were simple and they stopped my heart. Check the glove box. The message wasn't signed. It didn't need to be. The command was intimate, a whisper from the past. My eyes darted around the parking lot, searching for anyone watching me. It was empty. With a shaking hand, I reached over and pulled the latch on the glove compartment. It fell open, spilling its usual contents of old registration papers and napkins. And there, sitting on top of the clutter, was a key. A single, silver key I hadn't seen in over a year. It was the key to his apartment, the one I had given back to him during our argument, the one he had thrown on the table between us with a sound of finality, the one that should have been in an evidence locker or lost forever. I picked it up. It was cold and solid in my palm. This was no memory. This was no glitch. This was a key, and it was an invitation. Someone was not just calling me. They were here. They had been in my car. They knew I would come here. They were leading me somewhere, and I knew exactly where it was. The answers weren't in a police file. They were waiting behind a door I never thought I would open again. I started the car. The drive across town was a blur of familiar streets seen through a new, fractured lens. Every red light felt like a personal taunt. Every glance from another driver felt like surveillance. The key sat on the passenger seat, a malevolent sliver of metal that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. Someone had placed it there. The violation of it made my skin prickle. My car had been locked, hadn't it? The ordinary details of my own life were becoming unreliable. I parked a block away from the old apartment building, my hands gripping the steering wheel until my knuckles turned white. The place looked the same. The same tired brick facade, the same scraggly tree out front. It was a monument to a past I had tried to seal shut. Now I was being dragged back to its threshold. Walking up the path felt like moving through water, every step a struggle against an invisible current. The new Family S bicycle was gone from the driveway. The windows were dark. It was just a building again, silent and waiting. I stood before the door, the key cold and heavy in my sweaty palm. This was it, the point of no return. Whatever was on the other side of this door would change everything, and a part of me wanted to turn and run, to preserve the painful certainty of his death over the terrifying ambiguity of whatever this was. But the memory of that breathing in my ear pushed me forward. I slid the key into the lock. It turned with a smooth, well-oiled click that was horrifying in its normality. The door swung inward silently on its hinges. The smell hit me first. It wasn't the stale, closed-up smell I expected. It was clean. The air was still and cool, but it smelled of lemony polish and fresh vacuuming. I took a hesitant step inside, my heart hammering against my ribs. The apartment was spotless. There was no layer of dust, no lingering sense of abandonment. The floors gleamed. The books on the shelves were neatly aligned. The knocked-over lamp, the shattered ceramic base that was seared into my memory, it was gone. In its place stood a new, nearly identical lamp, as if the violence of that night had never happened. The entire scene had been sanitized, curated. It was a perfect replica of a life, frozen in time but meticulously maintained. This was not the work of a new family. They would have painted, they would have brought in their own furniture, their own lives. This was something else. This was preservation. This was a stage set. I moved through the living room, my footsteps echoing on the bare floorboards. Everything was in its right place, yet it felt utterly wrong. It was a museum of him, of us, and I was an unwelcome visitor. I pushed open the bedroom door. The bed was made, the comforter smooth and untouched. His reading glasses lay on the nightstand, exactly where he always left them. On the pillow, centered neatly, was a single piece of paper, a train ticket, one way, for a departure later that night. It was made out in his name. A wave of dizziness washed over me. I stumbled back into the living room, my mind reeling. The official story was a lie. The break-in, the burglary, the death, all of it. He was alive. He had walked away. But why, and who had been maintaining this shrine? The faint sound of a key scraping in the front door lock snapped me out of my spiraling thoughts. I froze, panic locking my limbs. I wasn't supposed to be here. I looked around wildly for a place to hide, but it was too late. The door opened. It wasn't him, it was the neighbor, the one who had called me that night. He stopped short, his eyes widening in genuine surprise for a fraction of a second before his expression smoothed over into a mask of polite confusion. "What are you doing here?" he asked, his voice carefully neutral. He held a grocery bag in one hand, a set of keys in the other, his keys to this apartment. The pieces, sharp and ugly, began to click into place. His helpfulness, his being first on the scene, his calling me before the police. He hadn't been a witness, he had been a participant. I took a step back, my voice a dry rasp. "You..." He didn't deny it, he just looked at me, a sad, almost pitying look in his eyes. He set the grocery bag down on a clean countertop. "You weren't supposed to find out this way," he said quietly. He just wanted to disappear. He needed a clean break from his life, from you. The click of the lock turning behind him was the loudest sound I had ever heard. It sealed us in this perfect, terrible diorama of a life he had abandoned. The neighbor, his name was Mark. I remembered, distantly lined against the door, his arms crossed. The pity in his eyes was worse than any anger. "He said you'd never let him go," Mark said, his voice low and reasonable, as if explaining a simple fact. The fighting, the constant pressure, he felt trapped. He saw no other way out. My mind was screaming, a riot of betrayal and confusion. "So you helped him, you faked his death." The words felt absurd, impossible, yet they were the only ones that fit the facts. "It wasn't that dramatic," Mark said with a slight shake of his head. "He left, he just left. The rest, it was just creating a story that would let him be free, and one that would let you move on. We thought you would." The "we" hung in the air between us, another blade twisting. "The phone calls," I whispered. "The key, that was you." A strange, almost shy smile touched his lips. "The calls, yes, I found an old app, one that could spoof the number. I thought if you heard from him in a way it might help you, ease you into the idea that he was at peace. I thought it would be a comfort." He genuinely believed that. I could see it in his face. He saw himself as a benefactor, a facilitator of a clean break. The monstrous narcissism of it left me breathless. "And the breathing?" I asked, my voice trembling. His smile faded, replaced by a flicker of something else, uncertainty. That wasn't me. The last call, I made the calls, but I never spoke. I just let it ring. The breathing, I thought maybe it was a bad connection, static. He was lying, or he was telling the truth. I couldn't tell anymore. The ground wasn't just gone, it had been replaced with a hall of mirrors. He's alive, I stated, the words still foreign and heavy. He's gone, Mark corrected softly. That's all that matters. He started a new life somewhere else. You need to do the same. He pushed off from the door and took a step toward me, his hand outstretched not in threat, but in a gesture of pleading. Please, just walk away. Forget you ever came here. It's better for everyone. But I couldn't move. My eyes were fixed on the grocery bag he had brought in. It wasn't full of groceries. Peeking out from the top was a box of his favorite tea, the specific brand he always drank, and a new bottle of that clean, familiar cologne. Mark followed my gaze and his posture stiffened slightly. The carefully constructed mask of the helpful neighbor slipped for just a second, revealing a glimpse of something far more possessive, far more invested. He wasn't just the helper, he was the keeper, the guardian of the shrine, and in that moment I knew with a chilling certainty that Mark had no idea where he was either. This apartment, this preserved memory, was all he had left of him too. We were both ghosts haunting the same empty space, clinging to the same vanished man. And the most terrifying question of all finally formed in my mind. If Mark didn't make that last call, the one with the breathing, then who did? The sound was faint, a deliberate shift of weight on a floorboard from the direction of the bedroom. It was not the settling of an old building. It was the sound of a person trying to be quiet. Mark's head snapped toward the hallway, his face draining of all color. The confident, pleading facade vanished, replaced by raw, unvarnished fear. His eyes, wide and startled, met mine. In that single, silent look, a new and horrifying understanding passed between us. He didn't know. He had no idea who else was here. The breath caught in my throat. Every instinct told me to run, to scream, to do anything but stand frozen in this sterile, haunted place. But my feet were rooted to the spot. Another creak, closer this time. Someone was moving down the short hallway toward the living room. Mark took an involuntary step back, pressing himself against the front door, his keys jangling softly in his trembling hand. The figure that emerged from the shadows of the hallway was not a stranger. The build, the height, the way he carried himself, it was a ghost made flesh. He stopped at the edge of the living room, half in shadow, watching us. He looked older. His hair was shorter, his face leaner, etched with a tension I had never seen before, but it was him. He was alive. The world tilted on its axis. The confirmation I had been desperately seeking now felt like a physical blow. My legs threatened to buckle. I opened my mouth, but no sound came out. His name was a silent scream in my mind. His eyes moved from Mark's terrified face to mine. There was no surprise in his gaze, only a deep, weary resignation. He had known we would be here. He had planned this. He took a final step into the light, and his voice, when he spoke, was the same one I had heard on the phone. It was the sound of his breathing, given words. "You shouldn't have come here," he said, the words weren't angry. They were heavy with a profound and final sorrow, either of you. The silence that followed his words was thicker and heavier than any I had ever known. It was filled with the unspoken history between us and the new, terrifying unknown that now stood in the room. Mark was the first to break, his voice a strangled whisper. You ray here." It was a statement of pure disbelief. He didn't look at Mark. His eyes remained locked on me, and in them I saw none of the man I had loved. This was someone else, someone hollowed out and remade by a year of living a lie. I had to see I finally managed, the words scraping my throat raw. "I heard you on the phone." A flicker of something pain maybe crossed his face. "I know." Why, the question was a plea torn from the deepest part of me. It was all I had left to ask. He let out a long, weary breath, the sound that had haunted me for nights. It was the only way. You have to understand that. There were debts, dangerous people. They weren't going to stop. They would have come for me, and if they couldn't find me, they would have come for you. He finally glanced at Mark, a look of profound regret. I thought if I was gone, everyone would be safe. I thought I could just disappear. But you didn't, I said, a cold anger beginning to thaw my frozen shock. You stayed. You've been here, watching. Not here, he said, shaking his head. Not for a long time. I came back because he trailed off, his gaze drifting around the apartment, this museum of his former life. Because I knew he was here. He nodded toward Mark. I knew he couldn't let go. And then I knew you were getting close. The calls, that was a mistake, a moment of weakness. I needed to hear your voice one more time. I didn't mean to speak. I didn't mean for you to hear me. Mark made a small, broken sound. You used me. You let me think you let me keep all of this. He gestured wildly at the perfectly preserved room. For what? So you could watch me play house with your ghost. Before he could answer, a sharp rap on the front door made all three of us jump. It was an official, impatient sound. His head whipped toward the noise, and the fear on his face was instant and absolute. It was the look of a man who knew exactly who was on the other side. They found me, he breathed, his voice barely audible. He looked from me to Mark, his eyes pleading now. You have to go. You were never here. Do you understand? You never saw me. The knocking came again, louder, more insistent. He turned and moved quickly back down the hallway toward the bedroom and the fire escape beyond. He was running again. He was always running. The knob on the front door began to jiggle, then the sound of a key entering the lock, a different key, one that turned with authority. Mark and I stood paralyzed, two spectators in a play that had just taken a disastrous turn into a reality we couldn't comprehend. The door swung open. It wasn't the police. It was two men in dark, unremarkable suits. Their eyes scanned the room, cold and assessing, completely ignoring the bizarrely pristine state of the apartment. They didn't look like debt collectors. They looked like something far worse. Their gaze landed on us. The taller one spoke, his voice flat and devoid of emotion. Where is he? We said nothing. We couldn't the man's eyes narrowed, and he took a step into the apartment, his partner moving silently to block the door. We were trapped, not with the ghost of the past, but with the very real and present danger he had tried to escape. And he had led them right to us. The taller man took another step into the room, his presence sucking all the air out of it. His eyes, a flat, soulless gray, scanned over Mark's terrified face before settling on me. We want to ask again, his partner said from the doorway. His voice was just as empty, just as final. My mind raced, a frantic animal in a cage. He had led them here. He used us as a diversion, a delay. The betrayal was a fresh, hot wound, but the fear of the men in front of us was an immediate, icy flood. He is gone, I heard myself say. My voice was steadier than I felt. He went out the back. The man in front of me didn't react. He didn't look toward the hallway. He just stared, as if evaluating the truth of my words by the dilation of my pupils. You Ray, the ex-girlfriend, he stated. It wasn't a question. And you, he said, shifting his gaze to Mark, the neighbor, the one who found the body that wasn't there. Mark flinched as if struck. They knew everything. They had always known. He is not our concern, the man continued, his tone making it clear that was a lie. You've seen him, you've spoken to him. That makes you a problem. The man by the door reached inside his jacket. I braced for a weapon, my heart hammering against my ribs so hard I thought they might break. But he pulled out a small, slate phone. He held it up, his thumb hovering over the screen. We can do this the easy way, or we can do it the hard way. You tell us everything he said, where he was going, and you never speak of this again. or he left the threat hanging in the air, more potent for being unspoken. I looked at Mark. His face was a mask of sheer panic, tears welling in his eyes. He was crumbling. He would tell them everything, and it would be nothing because we knew nothing, and then they would have no more use for us. The man with the phone took his silence as an answer. He gave a slight, almost imperceptible nod to his partner. The taller man moved with a speed that was shocking. In one fluid motion, he grabbed Mark by the front of his shirt and slammed him against the wall. The impact shook the framed pictures, the perfectly arranged artifacts of a dead life. "Start talking," the man growled, his face inches from Mark S. I saw it then on the floor, partially kicked under a chair during the struggle. His phone. The one he had used to call me, to torment me with his ghost. It was a risk, a stupid, insane risk, but it was the only thing I had. As the man's attention was fully on a sobbing Mark, I took a half step and slid my foot over the phone, hooking it toward me. I bent down, pretending to be overcome, my hand closing around the cold plastic. I shoved it deep into my pocket just as the man at the door turned his dead eyes toward me. "Your turn," he said. The man's eyes dropped to my empty hands, then back to my face. He didn't see the slight bulge in my pocket. He saw only my fear, which was real enough to sell the lie. He didn't say anything. I whispered, the words trembling out of me. He just ran. He saw you and he ran. The man holding Mark against the wall released him with a shove. Mark slumped to the floor, gasping. The taller man walked over to me, his steps slow and deliberate on the polished floor. He stopped so close I could smell the stale coffee on his breath. "You expect me to believe that?" he asked, his voice a low rumble. "It's the truth," I said, forcing myself to meet his dead gaze. "He used us. He led you here to buy himself time. He doesn't care about us." For a long moment he just stared, and I was certain he could hear the frantic beating of my heart, sense the stolen phone burning a hole in my pocket. Then he smiled. It was a thin, cruel expression that didn't touch his eyes. "He never did," the man said. He turned to his partner. "Check the alley. He can have gone far." The man by the door gave a curt nod and disappeared into the hallway, pulling a weapon from his holster as he went. The sound of the window in the bedroom being forced open echoed down the hall. We were alone with the taller man. He looked down at Mark, who was still curled on the floor, then back at me. "If you ray lying," he said conversationally, "the consequences will be significant for both of you." He pulled out his own phone and began to type a message, his attention finally diverted. This was our only chance. I didn't think, I just moved. I took a stumbling step toward Mark, pretending to go to his aid, and as I knelt beside him, I slipped the phone from my pocket and into his hand. His eyes, wide with confusion and terror, met mine. I gave a tiny, desperate shake of my head, hoping he understood. "Hide it." The man finished his message and looked up. "On your feet, we ray living." "Where are you taking us?" I asked, trying to buy seconds as Mark fumbled, shoving the phone under the edge of the area rug. "Somewhere we can have a more private conversation," he said, his tone leaving no doubt as to what that meant. He grabbed my arm, his grip like iron, and pulled me up. He yanked Mark to his feet with his other hand. We were marched toward the door, out of the pristine tomb of a life he had faked, and into the dim light of the hallway. As we stepped out, the man pulled the door shut behind us. I heard the distinct click of the lock engaging. He was sealing it again, preserving the stage set for no one. He propelled us down the stairs and out into the cool night air. A black sedan idled at the curb, its engine a quiet purr. This was it. Once we got in that car, we would disappear just as completely as he had. The man opened the rear door and pushed me toward it. I braced myself, my mind screaming for a way out that didn't exist. Then from the alley beside the building, a single, sharp sound cracked through the night. A gunshot. The man holding us stiffened, his head snapping toward the noise. His grip on my arm loosened for a fraction of a second. It was all I needed. I wrenched myself free, shoving Mark hard toward the street. "Run," I screamed. I didn't look back, I just ran, my legs pumping, my breath coming in ragged sobs. I heard a shout behind me, but no pursuing footsteps. They had a bigger problem now. I turned the corner and didn't stop. The image of that black sedan and the locked apartment door seared into my mind. We were out, but we were not safe. We knew too much, and now I had a phone that might just tell me why. The cold night air burned my lungs as I ran, each gasp a sharp pain in my side. I didn't stop until I was 3 blocks over, ducking into the damp, sheltered entryway of a closed laundromat. I bent double, hands on my knees, trying to quiet my ragged breathing. A moment later, Mark stumbled in after me, his face pale and gleaming with sweat under the streetlight. "They'll find us," he panted, his voice shaking. "They'll find us, they know who we are." "Not if we race smart," I said, though I felt anything but. My mind was reeling, replaying the last few minutes on a frantic loop. The look on his face, the men, the gunshot, the phone, did you get it? Mark nodded, his hand trembling as he reached into his jacket and pulled it out. It was a cheap, prepaid burner, the kind you buy at a convenience store. It felt cold and insignificant in my hand, but it was the only thing we had. "We need to see what's on it," I whispered, my thumb hovering over the power button. This is what they wanted. This is what he left behind. "Maybe we shouldn't," Mark pleaded, his eyes wide with a fresh wave of fear. "Maybe we should just throw it in a drain and keep running. He's a liar. He's dangerous. He led them right to us." He did, I agreed, a hard knot of anger tightening in my chest, and now we lay in it, knowing nothing didn't protect us back there. This might. Before I could second guess it, I pressed the button. The screen glowed to life, asking for a passcode. "Try his birthday," Mark suggested weakly. I input the numbers, the screen shook, incorrect. "Yours," he said. I tried it, a hollow feeling in my stomach, also incorrect. "What else would he use?" I asked, frustration mounting. Mark was silent for a moment, staring at the phone. Then his shoulders slumped. "Try mine," he said, his voice barely audible. I looked at him, surprised. He wouldn't meet my eyes. I input the numbers Mark had always used for everything, the code I'd seen him punch into his own phone 100 times. The lock screen vanished. We were in. The home screen was barren, almost empty. A few default apps, a log of calls all to my number, and a single unnamed video file. My thumb trembled as I tapped it. The video player opened. The footage was dark, shaky, taken from a concealed angle. It showed a meeting in what looked like a warehouse. His voice, hushed and urgent, was speaking to another man whose face was mostly in shadow. "I just need more time," he was saying. "The transfer is almost." The other man cut him off. "Time is a luxury you spent. The product is gone. The money is gone. You have nothing left to negotiate with." Then the camera shifted, panning slightly to the right, and my blood ran cold. Leaning against a crate, arms crossed, was the taller man from the apartment, the one who had just tried to put us in his car. He wasn't just a debt collector. He was part of whatever this was from the beginning. The video ended abruptly, as if the phone had been stuffed into a pocket. The screen went black. Mark and I stared at each other in the dim light, the silence between us heavy with a new, terrifying understanding. He just run from debts, he had stolen from them, and he had evidence. He just left it behind for us to find, he had left it for them to find on us. The phone in my hand was no longer a clue, it was a bomb, and it was ticking. The sound of an engine gunning down the street snapped us out of our paralysis. We shrank back deeper into the laundromat doorway, pressing ourselves against the cold glass. The black sedan sped past, its windows tinted and obscene. It didn't slow down. "He's leading them on a chase," I whispered, the reality of the video cementing in my mind. "He's using the distraction." "We have to get off the street," Mark said, his voice gaining a sliver of resolve. "My place is closer." It was a risk. They knew who he was, they knew where he lived, but the streets felt exposed, every shadow a potential threat. We moved quickly, keeping to the darker sides of the sidewalk, our heads on a swivel. The few blocks to Mark's apartment felt like a marathon. Once inside, he threw the deadbolt and chain, leaning against the door as if to physically bar the world from entering. His apartment was the antithesis of the one we had just fled, cluttered, lived in, and vibrantly messy. I placed the phone on his coffee table next to a half-empty mug of cold tea. It sat there between us, inert and yet screaming with potential energy. "He set us up," Mark said, the words heavy with a hurt that went beyond fear. "He made us the package delivery. They were supposed to find that on us. He wanted them to think we were in on it. Or he wanted to trade us for his freedom," I said, the coldness of the thought chilling me. The man in the video, the man in the apartment, they were the same. A desperate animal backed into a corner, willing to sacrifice anything to get out. "We have to call the police," Mark said, reaching for his own phone. "And say what?" I asked, stopping him. "That my dead ex-boyfriend is alive, that he's being chased by men in suits who we have no names for, and that we have a stolen phone with evidence of a crime we don't understand. They'll either think we're crazy or involved. The men who just left us, they didn't look like they worried about the police." Mark's hand fell away from his phone. He looked defeated. "So what do? Wait for them to come back?" I picked up the burner phone again. "We use the only advantage we have. We finally know a piece of the truth. He stole something from them. This video proves it, and it proves that man was involved. There has to be more on here." I started digging through the phone's sparse contents. The call log was just me. The messages were empty. The contacts held a single saved number. It wasn't labeled. Without hesitation, I pressed call and put it on speaker. It rang once, twice, then a click. A voice I knew, weary and resigned, answered. "I was wondering when you'd call." It was him. The sound of his voice, so close and so familiar, sent a jolt through me. My grip tightened on the phone. Mark's eyes widened, and he took an involuntary step back, as if the device itself were contaminated. "You're watching us," I said, my voice flat, the anger a cold stone in my stomach. It wasn't a question. A sigh crackled through the speaker. "I saw you run. I had to know you got away." He paused. "Are you at Mark's?" "Where are you?" I demanded, ignoring his question. "What did you steal from them?" "It doesn't matter. You have the phone. That's what's important now." His voice was rushed, edged with a panic he was trying to control. "Listen to me. You can stay there. They'll be circling back. They'll check his place. You need to leave the city. Now." "And go where?" I shot back, the absurdity of it choking me. "We have nothing because of you." There's money, he said quickly. In the phone, the contacts list, press and hold on the blank name. It has a password prompt. The code is the date of our first trip to the lake. The audacity of it, using our past as his personal safe combination, left me speechless for a moment. Mark was frantically shaking his head, mouthing the word no. Why would we trust you? I hissed. You handed us to them like a distraction. It was the only way, he insisted, his voice breaking. I needed them to be focused on you just for a minute. I knew you'd get away. You race smarter than they are. The money is real. It has enough to disappear. Take it and run, please. He was trying to manage us, to direct our moves from whatever shadow he was hiding in. He was still running the game. Tell me what you took, I said again, my tone leaving no room for negotiation. The line was silent for so long I thought he'd hung up. When he finally spoke, his voice was a hollow whisper. It wasn't a thing. It was information, a list of names, their names. I thought I could use it. I thought I could get free. The taller man's flat, gray eyes flashed in my memory. A name on a list. A man who would definitely not want his name known. They'll never stop looking for that, I said, the full weight of it settling on me. I know, he replied, and for the first time he sounded truly tired. That's why you have to. The line crackled, cutting him off. Then a new sound came through the speaker, faint but unmistakable. The slow, rhythmic crunch of gravel. Someone was walking, and they were very close to him. His breath hitched. They right here. The call ended abruptly. Mark and I stared at the dead phone in my hand. The silence in the apartment was louder than any scream. The money was a trap. Running was a trap. Staying was a trap. Then a new sound reached us, coming not from the phone, but from the world outside. The low, steady purr of an engine idling directly below Mark's window. We both froze. I looked at Mark, and I saw my own dread reflected in his eyes. The black sedan was back. They weren't circling. They were here. A soft thud came from the hallway outside the apartment door. The sound of a footstep, then another. They were coming up the stairs. They weren't even trying to be quiet anymore, I didn't think. I grabbed the burner phone from the table and hurled it with all my strength against the edge of Mark's brick fireplace. The plastic casing cracked, the screen splintering into a spiderweb of black and white. I brought my heel down on it again and again until it was a collection of shattered components. The footsteps reached the landing. They stopped outside the door. Mark's eyes were wild, darting around the room. He grabbed my arm and pulled me toward the window. Fire escape, he mouthed, the words soundless. He fumbled with the window latch, his fingers slipping in his panic. A heavy knock rang out on the apartment door, a sound that was far too polite for the violence it promised. The lock gave way. Mark shoved the window up, the old wood groaning in protest. The cold night air rushed in. A voice came from the hallway, calm and familiar. It was the taller man. We know you right in there. Open the door. We just want to talk. Mark pushed me through the window first. I scrambled out onto the rusty metal grating, the city lights spinning below me. He followed, pulling the window down behind him as quietly as he could. We started descending, the old fire escape trembling under our weight. We were one floor down when Mark's apartment window above us exploded outward in a shower of glass and splintered wood. A figure stood framed in the opening, silhouetted against the light from inside. He didn't shout, he simply watched us climb down. We reached the bottom ladder, which stopped a good 10 feet from the ground. Mark went first, dropping and rolling. I followed, landing hard on the asphalt of the alley, the impact jarring my teeth. A car door slammed from the street. They had someone waiting below. Mark pulled me to my feet and we ran in the opposite direction, deeper into the dark, narrow alley. Our pursuers were above and behind us and now ahead. The alley was a dead end. We were trapped,